But we're actually live now. I think, are we live? Okay, so I'm going to get this train going. Welcome everyone to the our meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Today is Tuesday, August 30th, and it is 4:05. Present at today's meeting is almost everyone. We have Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, Ray Pohl, for the record, Stephen Welch, Carrie Thornwell, and we don't have anyone on Zoom, right? I don't believe so. Okay. Oh, and I do see some people that probably want to speak on our other business. For those of you in the room, if you could mute your phones and let us know if you're going to record any portion of tonight's meeting in advance. Thanks. Okay, I guess the next order of business would be to approve today's agenda. Thank you. Diane has made that motion. And because we're all live, we get to do this just by a simple vote, oral. All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Yes. Yes.
Are you doing the Zoom? Okay, I'm gonna log in on that.
Oh,
So you know,
for your applications. All right. So are there any commissioner comments at this time?
You don't want to know.
All right. Now, the second item, and I know that there are some of you in the audience present for this discussion, and I'm sure that there are some of you on Zoom that are present for this discussion. So I established some ground rules last week when this came up. I'd like those to still apply. I kind of forget what most of them were, but I'd rather not talk about the legalities of the town council opinion. I want to hear from the board as to their feelings about where we go from here. I think the consensus among the board members was that the advisory boards are a good concept, and we just need to get it up so that it is legal. And I believe that may result in a long-term / short-term solution to what is a problem for us. So the other thing that I did last week was I took things out of my normal sequence, which would be to have public opinion first and then to the board members. But unlike a review of an application, I believe that, I really want to hear from the board members so that we can write a letter to probably the select board about what our goals for the advisory boards are and how we might get those implemented. So the first bullet point here is discussion of recent disbandment of HEC advisory boards. We already discussed this, did we not?
You asked us to
I
write
do,
down.
exactly. So, yeah, okay. So that items 1 and 2 sort of fall together. But so before I put it to public comment, general observations.
Hello.
Sure, go ahead, Diane.
Okay.
Okay.
I said, first of all, there should be a letter to the Board of Selectmen.
Mm-hmm.
And second of all, when that letter goes in, one of the things should be that the commission says all in favor of what we're going to come up with here. As vote was taken for, I wasn't sure how Steve voted, but so, and Ray was with us, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and because that included Carrie.
For what, I'm sorry?
For working to have the boards, the advisory boards back in.
Yeah, I actually made the motion, Diane.
Okay, that's good, I just
Yeah.
couldn't find it.
Okay.
So commission as a team with team consent.
Mm-hmm.
And the third thought I had was establish an area resident group to speak on applications on the area-driven statements to be recorded through notes. So anybody can talk, but if somebody on the SHAB or MAB or ASHAB wanted to speak, they would speak from the audience as a resident, not as part of the team at this moment.
Right.
Fourth, I wanted to create a warrant to the town meeting to remove HCC from Plus, a commission on its own with our own administrative and other help. And that was number 5, and that was number 4. Number
Mhm.
5, the regulations that this would not go to the select board, but it should go to us and to be publicly done. All the restrictions listed as public things and how to revise them, so we know what restrictions we're working with. Are they implications, are they advice, or are they restrictions that we are confined by? I've been on the board a long time and I don't know, but there are restrictions that we have that.
Can I ask you to elaborate on what you mean by restrictions?
What we can and can't do technically.
Oh,
The enabling.
in our enabling legislation?
Yes,
Okay.
and the other was short-term answers to problems that come up. We should do what we can for short-term time. We should back getting the sign committee back into working advance before the summer is over. And those studies should be available to all commissioners. All the
Okay.
restrictions and something, I don't know all the restrictions, I mean, how many, unless you look specifically, you don't know, but it would help.
I think the sign book, Diane, is.
Well, don't.
I know what the restrictions are mostly on the sign book is, but these are all the restrictions that HDC has to live with.
Well, okay, so I think what you might be talking about is the fact that town council has declared that our board, as currently constituted, cannot appoint advisory boards.
Well, just
That would be like
that
a
would be a
restriction.
That
Yeah.
would be good to know.
Right.
Would have been gooder to know.
Earlier,
Earlier.
yeah, okay.
But I think we shouldn't find ourselves in such a position again. We are, and I think it's important that we go for the warrant for the town meeting and creating us a free and clear commission.
Okay. Okay, Diane, anything else?
No, that's,
Great. Abby?
Yeah, so, I start with that, like, my thoughts on the advisory boards, I go into other stuff. The architectural, what I expect from the advisory boards are architectural comments which give the HDC insight into the various neighborhoods. The advisory boards shed important light on elements such as scale, neighboring architecture, and streetscape. This helps our board understand the applications better by allowing us to make more appropriate decisions, especially in outlying areas, as we may not know all of them. In summary, I would like to make a motion to keep all present advisory board members in place rather than being elected, so that all the members that were on the board would be reinstated. I don't think there is a need to re-elect, and the advisory boards should be put back in place as soon as possible. The whole fiasco makes me wonder if Plus really wants the responsibility of HTC, and I think that we would probably both be better off running independently.
Okay. So you're in line with Diane's comment about
Yeah.
Plus. Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, very good. Who's next? Stephen?
I'm trying to get in on Zoom,
Oh,
so if you don't mind waiting just a
I'll
minute.
go. I didn't write anything down, but I can reiterate what, or not reiterate, but just I ditto a lot of what Abby said. I think if the plus office finds the advisory boards to be too burdensome, that then they should be separated. I do think they're very important. I see them as a huge resource. For historic architecture mainly, I think the people on the boards are committed and obviously passionate about Nantucket, like most of us are. We sort of all have the same agenda, which is to preserve the history of Nantucket's architecture, neighborhood, sense of place, which I think the plus office, that should be their, a lot of their intentions as well. It's what Nantucket is all about, so I can't imagine why there's any disagreement on that. And I think the more resources a board like ours has, the better off we'll be. We'll have more intelligence, so to speak, and that cannot hurt. And if there's, issues of making it work better, I think we and whoever else needs to work together, come up with a plan together and not do things separately. And I think we're all in agreement that it seems to me that all the boards, we're all very appreciative of the work and, they help us.
can I ask you a question in elaboration?
Uh-huh.
Making things work better collectively rather than separately. Who are you
Well,
addressing?
if the plus office finds that this is too
Oh, yeah,
burdensome
okay,
for them to deal with, then we should have, we have a few people in the office that work specifically for us. We should take it on ourselves and be separate.
Okay,
I think if we want to go by ourselves, we have to go through a warrant. to determine-
I believe that's correct. But obviously, because that's a sentiment among three board members so far, we need to research that one. Okay, Carrie, is that it?
Yeah, I think if the select board are going to be deciding on things, we should be involved in those decisions, or at least advising on those decisions.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right, so I'm gonna add the SB onto that.
Mr. Chair,
Holly?
I just wanted to interject if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
I want to point out in the email that was circulated to all of you, which is when the notice from KP Law came out on August 17th, where Mr. Vorse had indicated that he understands that committees assisted the HDC in the past and helped to manage workloads. Please discuss what direction the commission would like to follow and advise. Holly is working to organize and correct Chapter 124 language for presentation to the HDC in the fall. As stated in TC's opinion, reconstitution of assigned council can be achieved with members appointed by the select board with HDC input. I think that's very important to address.
That was the letter that I was asking about earlier. So,
Which
so
we
yeah,
have right
okay.
after.
So just on that, when I mentioned something about a short-term / long-term solution, I think that in order to get things up and running in the short term, as I understand it, and I should say, that's my proviso to pretty much anything I have to say on this subject. As I understand it, we are not enabled to do these advisory boards. However, the select board do have that capacity. Okay, so that is what we can consider a short-term solution that's at our disposal. Okay.
So I don't know how I know this, but the select board may not want to be, they may want to hear from us. And
Oh, no, I'm certain that they do. In fact, I think that Andrew mentioned that, something about, the select board working with the HDC. I think that's in that language up there. So, yeah, and again, I think this is about getting things legal, but it's also about trying to get the train back up and running in the shorter term. So, Holly, thank you. Abby, thank you.
Can I comment?
Yes, you may.
Okay,
I
so-
mean, do you want to have the mic now, or do you just want to comment on that particular thing?
In response to yours or general comments? I'm just going to make some general comments.
comments,
Kind of
okay.
follow up to my prior.
Yeah.
I just think that this is an opportunity now. I mean, it seems like the train is headed towards, at this point, given what we know, we'll put in a request as we motion to have the select board set these back up. I presume they're going to have to follow their process. I'm not suggesting that I prefer that, but I understand it. I do think it would be important for our group to establish some, if new members will be appointed, some membership criteria. I think it would be helpful if we got some input from, at minimum, the chairs of the advisory groups, perhaps the vice chairs. Just some general comments on that could include, or some general thoughts on what that could include, is that would be a cross-section of the community or the district within which the person lives and wants to represent. So for instance, Nantucket has a Nantucket residence. It would be individuals with expertise in local history and architecture, property owners who have made changes to their properties and who've gone through that process, I think could be helpful too. I think people who have not only local history and architecture and the property owners, but perhaps just, well, I think I'd stick to that for now. I'm just trying to give some general examples. I think it's incumbent for us, if we're establishing these as a going forward institutionalized model, that the individuals be aware that there'd be some type of a document that indicates they need to acquire familiarity with the building with Nantucket in mind, not only the contents, but the philosophy and context. Also, the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, which I think are something Holly would say are important. Obviously, how to read and interpret architectural plans. Again, I'm not suggesting, like, we all may think that these are givens, but we may have someone who applies who could have a lot of input as a homeowner who's gone through the process and who has an interest, but they don't have that experience. So we would want to outline these types of things in the institutionalized document. Also, that they would need to have procedures in addition to the purposes of the advisory group, the procedures. One of the procedures I think is being followed now, but I think it's important to mention in an institutionalized document, would be that one member would be designated to receive communication correspondence from the plus, currently the preservation planner or HCC support staff. I'm not saying an app with respect to the application information or transfer of minutes and things like that. But if there are like official communications, it would follow the model that we currently follow, which is the chair receives communications and speaks as the voice for the group and then brings it to the advisory group. So again, just an example of some things that could be distinguished and made clear for expectations. I think the biggest expectation and where we got into this, so for the avoidance of any doubt, is a clarification that the advisory groups assist the HDC in an advisory role, an advisory capacity, and that they communicate that to the individual property owners when they're providing comments on their applications. And that would be to avoid any perception that they're serving or acting in a regulatory capacity. Again, these are just some simple basics, and I would personally like to get some input from the respective chairs or the chairs of the groups that the HTC determines to request be reconstituted. And, obviously other basics are going to be how often they meet, are they open to the public, how do residents communicate with these groups, these advisory groups, applicants, residents. If they're public meetings, people are going to want to know and understand that. I believe it's through, that is covered to some extent with the infrastructure in place and the meeting announcements. I'm not suggesting these don't happen. I'm just suggesting that these are things that would be included in a formal document. So it's something that could be put together. Also, the procedures for nominations, if it's going to be something that the select board do, obviously they'll probably follow their own, but if it's going to be something the HDC does through an act or town meeting vote, that would be good. So again, some more examples. Thank you.
I think, could I just add one thing?
Sure.
I think that it's important, I forgot to mention, that the select board not appoint members in the final run of it to the HDC, that the HDC who knows the people and whatever should be the board that appoints their advisory committee. And I think we try to keep the advisory boards as dedicated to the job that they're doing and not go on for the sake of going on. I think that you have to be somewhat committed, and as Steve said, they have to have the knowledge that they're dealing with. I think it's important to keep each group sort of with the area that they come from,
Mhm.
which is why I started going, because I didn't know, I didn't live in Wisconsin, and there's a feeling there. And listening to what these guys say and why they say it tells you, gives you an idea of what they're looking for. The same in Nantucket. We all think we know Nantucket, but when you listen to what the residents out there are saying, it's very interesting. So there's a whole lot of information that is important to the results that we pick. So I think it needs to be considered altogether.
I'd like to clarify my statement too, but I want to hear from you.
Thank you, Diane. Val, you want to go? And I make sure that I get returned to you.
I have nothing really to add to what everyone else has said. I feel it's an unfortunate knee-jerk reaction to God knows what. We leap before we look, and then we're left with the fallout and trying to pick up pieces. But I've been looking through a bunch of other places where they have advisory boards, and there's a lot of information out there. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's some outlines that are very good and applications, and I think, yeah, putting something together on paper is a great idea, and separating from the office is an even better idea.
So you're in favor of investigating that possibility? Yeah. Okay, Abby.
I was just trying to write something down, but I think I think that we think, you were saying about getting people on these advisory boards. Sometimes there are not people willing to be on the advisory. Sometimes there are only 2 or 3 people. Sometimes they don't show up.
Oh,
So,
yes,
so,
that's been a problem.
okay, so, and we might have a problem. I know there has been a problem in the past of Wisconsin Advisory Board, that people don't always show up. So I wanted to say that. And the other thing is that I wanted to say that the people that are on these advisory boards now, I think we all know them pretty well now. I think they somehow should, on the short-term resolution, I think they should be brought back in as they were before, that there shouldn't be a whole process of trying to find new people, because I don't think there's a lot of people out there that want to actually be on these boards.
If that's something that you've heard, I have not.
No, I'm just saying what I think.
No, okay, but I certainly, the people that have been on these boards, and there are a number of them in the room that want to speak, have been there for a while. They know the process, and I haven't heard anyone say that they just want to like scrap all that and start fresh.
Oh, then I misunderstood what Stephen said. I thought.
Well, there will always be a process, there will always be vacancies, and I think Stephen was addressing how those vacancies are filled. Is that fair to say?
Well, how they're filled and what new people who are interested, so they understand what
What
they're
their
getting involved and what the
qualifications.
expectation is.
Right, but from what I know, they're very qualified.
I agree with Abby too. If there should be, if you miss so many meetings, then you're out. I mean, because
We did
trying,
have that policy, you know.
Yeah.
okay,
That was kind of a unwritten but standard policy. It's like, I forget how many.
it doesn't
meetings
serve
was.
anybody's best interest, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Nantucket was having the hardest time,
They were.
but maybe we can put, have them see what the point is and talk to them, and necessarily have the ones that are serving right now come and listen to it. They were going to be on Zoom today, and I'm sure they're listening.
Mm.
But I think that has been a hardest one, at least I've noticed. But I've been going to the meetings to learn, and that we do need, as Abby said, we do need to have the team, and they have to have some qualifications. Either they live there,
Mhm.
or they understand what, a support beam is. So I think that that's a combination that we can advise and see what we can get. We got to try.
Right.
Seems to me that we'll be lucky if all the people who are on the board now want to stay on after the election.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I
right,
was
that's
wondering.
another
And
good
they're all
point.
valuable contributors, but it stinks if we lost them.
Yes.
Yeah, why get trashed by?
Just one other comment on that is,
Okay.
Individuals who may not have historic experience with respect to preservation or architectural experience or construction experience, or they don't have experience being involved as a homeowner, or maybe they do. But the person who doesn't have that deeper knowledge that we've come to experience from our advisory groups, those people, I think, still can offer a lot to the process if they have an understanding of the local, very specific granular history in the area, and that can help inform us. It can help take a little bit of load off Holly. And then the other thing I would suggest is if we consider those individuals kind of like not in the traditional sense of an at-large member of a work group or committee, but just for the purpose of discussion, they're at-large in the sense they don't have one of these other specific skills, but they do have a general understanding and a concern for their area. But I think that if, the thing we would want to keep in mind, and again, this is documenting a going forward document, so that if every member of an advisory group, God forbid, got sick and they couldn't come for 3 months, and a group had to be constituted, they had a roadmap to do it.
Mhm.
That those, again, for the purposes of discussion, categorized as at large, would not make up even a majority, nearly a majority of the group, because we, as the HDC, are relying on these advisory groups for some technical, some historical, some combination of those. And I think that if we have individuals who are simply just interested and they make up the majority or a super majority, then the advisory group is going to actually lose its intended purpose to the HDC.
Right.
So I just wanted to clarify thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay. I know a number of you are, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bruce Mandel, Nantucket.
Thank you.
I want to touch on two topics, please, that you've already opened up. One is the topic of a potential warrant article,
Mhm.
and the other is the possibility of reconstituting some of the advisory boards. A citizen's warrant article has a very short trigger. It opens up on September 29th for a few days of getting the forms ready, and then you've got about 2 weeks to gather your signatures and put together an acceptably worded warrant that meets the town council's approval. There's an opportunity as a citizen to meet twice with town council at no cost to review the language of your warrant. If you're interested in doing this, I've got a little bit of experience on this, and I'm very happy to help you if you want. as far as reconstituting, for example, the Nantucket Area Board, which I was a member of, we actually think that what's happened right now is kind of an opportunity for us. We've been able to dislodge the influence of non-Nantucket members and members who are appointed but have no interest in participating. They've moved off island, they live overseas, making getting a quorum difficult, and it actually got used against us by a non-Nantucket participant just not showing up. We've had several meetings of residents. As a matter of fact, 8 residents have had 3 meetings since this has happened. Interesting, some of the comments were that as an independent provider of comments and review, we are not constrained by such burdensome things as the open meeting law. We can meet, we can discuss, we can walk around together and view items and comment on them. We've got a preservation, we've got a reno guy, we've got construction people, engineering people, and we even discussed the possibility of helping other area plans or groups that aren't even formed yet, like Fisher's Landing and like that. We could help them with their reviews, making their reviews easier to accomplish. What else do I want to tell you? Well, that's the basic input. This is a big opportunity for Nantucket to be able to meet, review plans, and provide you with the same kind of input you would get from a reconstituted Nantucket Area Board. And even if there was a reconstituted Nantucket Area Board, this group of people, and it's growing, is interested in providing that board with input. There's a meeting of the Nantucket Conservation Association next week, and we've asked to be put on their agenda so we could talk to them about this concept to see if there would be any support from that community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bruce.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Holly.
to Bruce's points, if I could address both of them.
Yeah.
The first one, this wouldn't constitute anything that this commission would be requesting to town meeting would not be a citizen warrant article. It would go through the proper channels through town government.
Which gives us more time.
Correct, yes,
The
sir.
29th is kind of a scary.
Correct. And in addition to the last comment about having areas, neighborhood associations, what have you, that is welcomed. Those comments coming from the public are just like any other comments from the public. So that's a good thing to hear, and he's absolutely correct. They are not constrained to any open meeting law requirements.
Great. Thank you, Holly.
I just want to address one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I mentioned citizens warrant article,
Mhm.
I wasn't thinking of it being the HTC putting a citizens
Oh,
warrant article.
Okay.
I was talking about a real citizens warrant article.
Mhm.
You folks can still go through the select board to put forth a town-sponsored warrant. And I must tell you, if you do that, you're embarking on an extremely daunting path. It's not easy to get the select board to endorse a town-sponsored article. My opinion is, from my experience, a citizen's article to accomplish what you want to accomplish, even though we have a short trigger, 50 signatures is a snap.
Mhm.
And providing the kind of language that you want to accomplish your mission, rather than as other people see your mission, I think a citizen's article is a way to go. Doesn't mean you don't take the other path as well. A citizen's article can always be withdrawn if the select board moves to support you in some manner. The problem is the trigger for a citizen's article is in October, and you won't know if the select board is going to put forward a favorable article until next year. Before
You
town
might
meeting.
have to wait until April.
Right.
So you can do both.
Thank you, Bruce. Lucy. And Esmer, Holly, I just.
Hi, Lucy Dillon, Liberty
Hey, Lucy.
Street. I'd make a recommendation that for, in the future, anybody that's interested in serving on an advisory board be required to attend 2 meetings before they put in their application.
2 of the advisory board meetings.
You can tune in, attend, whatever,
Great idea.
so they know what they're in for.
Fabulous.
I did that and was very
Yeah,
helpful.
that's a really good idea. Thank you, Lucy.
As an aside, before someone else talks, where is our extra person that put in their name to fill a vacant seat?
Maybe they haven't been sworn in yet.
Correct.
Oh,
Just wondering.
Correct.
Chris, did you want to say anything? You just observe. Okay, let's see, I saw Hillary. Hillary, do you want to speak?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. I wanted to make a couple comments. The first is, and I mentioned this in the letter I sent to all of you, which hopefully you had a chance to read. I would love to hear more about the role of regulations with the HDC. Hopefully this is something the town manager can address. It wasn't mentioned at all in the opinion that KP Law put forward, but there is a town regulation. It's Regulation 340, Chapter 340 in the town code. And it was passed by the HDC. So in the same way, the Board of Health can have regulations, and the the airport can have regulations. The HDC has a regulation, and it's in their special act that they can have regulations, and they do have one which is for the sign advisory council. Did anybody have any chance to look at that or ask a question about that?
I don't think so.
Okay, just because I think it should be noted that the sign advisory council is covered under a regulation where, and that makes it a little bit different from the advisory boards. And I don't know, can it just be, can a regulation that's been accepted and on the book since 1990 just be canceled? I had a question about that. And if the HTC can create regulations and has created regulations about processing applications, and that caused them to create this sign advisory council, maybe that would be a path to create other advisory boards. So that's one comment.
Okay,
But
thanks.
my second comment is kind of aligned a little bit more with what Bruce said, and the role of the advisory boards. I think, as many of you know, also live in Boston's Back Bay, which is there's a Back Bay architectural district, which functions like a local historic district. It's under the landmark law. And the Boston Landmarks Commission, the Back Bay architectural group, they have to approve the same way you all have to approve any changes for buildings. And there's a neighborhood association of the Back Bay, which is just a 501c3. It's a neighborhood group. And they have for decades maintained the Back Bay Architectural Commission. And they're just a 501c3. They hold meetings where they review these applications. They have a chair, they have a standing meeting. They're not a government organization, but because they're organized and they're consistent and they're qualified and they care and they're reliable, they come to all of the Back Bay Architectural Group meetings and they present, and they're really listened to and really valuable. So I think I agree with Bruce that is a very promising alternative, and it would sidestep what I think is a catastrophic potential outcome here, which is if you go to the select board and you ask them to appoint these advisory boards to you, you set up a potential collision course of who has the authority. So imagine if a case goes to the select board for appeal. It's an appeal of an HDC decision. And then the select board has its appointed board sitting there potentially disagreeing with you. And they're, an appointed board appointed by the select board for their expertise. Who are they? I mean, they're accountable to themselves, but they're accountable really to the people who appointed them if they want to be reappointed. I think it's a terrible path to go down. It just will cause confusion. You'll lose control of who's on these boards unless it is just written in that they may only appoint people you nominate. I just think it's not the best way to go about getting the advice you're seeking. Thank you.
Two things on that. One, I'm pretty sure that whatever letter goes from us to the select board would include a request, I guess, for want of a better word, that we choose, or we have a hand in saying who gets to be on the advisory boards. And then to your earlier point, the advisory boards are advisory boards. So if it ever came down to an appeal, it would actually be an appeal to this board, our board, not the advisory board. You know what I mean?
We are the final.
Well,
The advisory board advises us, and then we, as the HDC, actually vote one way or another on an appeal.
right, of course, but if the applicant, I mean, the Board of Appeals for anyone who disputes an HCC decision is the select board. And there would be a public hearing, and there would be another entity that had been appointed by the select board. But I mean, I hear what you're saying about insisting that these boards would only be appointed by you. And I mentioned that before, and of course I agree with you. I just think it is dangerous, and I'm not sure if it's necessary. And
The other thing,
I agree with Bruce.
yeah, I mean, Bruce is,
Chair, point of order.
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Let me just clarify. The appeal process, if the HDC makes a decision based on a community input, area board input, whatever, if that decision is appealed, the appeal goes directly to the select board.
Oh, I know.
And it has to be defended by the HDC
Correct.
and prosecuted by whoever is submitting the appeal. So essentially, the select board is going to be ruling on something that could be contrary to what their appointed boards, these advisory boards, are saying. It's a problem.
Understood. Thanks, Bruce. Hillary, were you all set?
Well, the last thing that thank you for asking, Ray. The last thing that I had in my letter was just, along the lines of what opportunity is brought up. I mean, the advisory boards are so critical, as we discussed in the last meeting, because they are filling a role that otherwise would need to be filled by staff. Is this a time maybe to study, rather than do something rash, let the volunteers work on their own, but maybe say, maybe it's a time to study. Maybe some of these points about the confusion and what are the bylaws and what are the rules are really well taken. And I think the Historical Commission is set up to look at all of the preservation functions on the island, and they might be a good place to go for advice about ideas and study and reflection.
Okay. Thank you. Who else wants to speak on Zoom? Let's try that. Whoever wants to speak on mute, please. Got anybody? Or a hand raise, I guess, would be a good way to do this. Oh, Angus? Did he?
Good to see you, Ray.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Thank you all for tackling this, and thank you for your support for the advisory boards. As you know, as chair, I've submitted a letter regarding this, and a lot has been chair of the Historical Commission. A lot has been said that I don't want to waste your time repeating, except that your independence is invaluable, and I think that the advisory boards are your tool to do your job. And I think that appointing them is really certainly going to serve you best if you can decide who they are. And I I think that there's just been a dynamic that has been spiraling a little bit out of control for a decade or so of the applications themselves getting more and more complicated and larger as your staff has dwindled or is less experienced. And I know that it's been challenging on every front, both as you guys as a board, but also as applicants who wait months at a time, to be heard. And I think a lot of that has to do with the inappropriateness of the applications. I remember a day decades ago where applications needed tweaking, but it wasn't a comprehensive redo where applications would last multiple meetings, weeks. Now they're months and legacy projects that go for years. And I feel like a supportive staff that streamlines what you actually have to review would be so helpful for you guys to speed up the process and eliminate all the things. I feel like a lot of those things we, sitting on Wisconsin Advisory and the Historic Structures Advisory, we end up, having to do the clerical work of, this application isn't completely filled out. No, the drawings aren't complete. This part is missing or that part's missing. But that's something that should be done before we see it, and certainly done before you guys see it. So I urge you to urge town for more independence and more support. And that's the long and short of it. And thank you for your good work.
Thank you, Angus. Anyone else on Zoom? Hand raised. Chris?
So my name is Chris Young. I've been acting as the chair of the HDC Design Advisory Committee for quite a while. Can't count the years, but I would like to say that first
25.
of all, yeah,
Approximately.
approximately. First of all, good news is that all 5 members are very anxious to get back to work. None of us are, resentful of. We're not happy with the situation, but we certainly are not looking to walk away from our work. And so we urge you to reconstitute us as soon as you can, because I think a lot of these ideas have merit. Certainly being able to meet and discuss outside of the open meeting laws would be a breath of fresh air. However, I think I said at the last meeting, one of the most important things that we're able to do is have a dialogue with the applicant, so that by the time you see the recommendation, it's been vetted, it's an improved application. I think a lot of the people that have come up and given us support in the last week were people that we actually had to negotiate or say no to at first, and help them deliver an approvable application to you. So I think that even those that don't like what we have to say at first appreciate the process. They've said that to many of us, and I think that that's an important thing to consider. We need to be reconstituted so that we can do our job effectively. And so I urge you to try to have that happen as soon as possible, whether it's by way of the select board, which some people might not agree with. If that's the quickest route, please request that so that we can get back to work.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I think that was one of your points, Stephen, this idea that, the interface between the applicant and the advisory board is a critical component of this whole thing. Okay, anyone else on Zoom? I think or anyone else in the audience? Okay, okay, so thank you everyone for your comments. I'm going to try and draft something. Any comments from the board, by the way? Because I think we should not, this is not something that we move, I don't think.
We can ask you to write a letter.
Oh, okay, you can move that.
Okay, to write a letter to the Board of Selectmen with our ideas, with our requests, with our information included.
Right. So I believe that that motion was made at last Tuesday's meeting, and we just wanted to get the specifics of what all the board members wanted to include in the letter.
Can I just make
Of course, of course you can.
Because I.
Is your mic on, by the way? Just making sure.
Come on, Carrie.
I'm just wondering, it sounds like the sign advisory should go first and right away to select board. Do we get on an agenda to apply to the select board to get that done? And then,
Well, Hillary raised this really interesting point about them having sort of a different status
that's what
than the other
that was
advisory
my
boards. So
question.
I do have to look
and
into
it seems
that.
like it is a different, I mean, they're looking at signs specifically.
Sorry to interrupt, but Holly might be able to shed some light on this.
Right, so chapter 124 of the town code is where signs and the sign advisory council is actually included.
Okay.
That is per KP Law's letter or memo, as well as Mr. Vorse's email, is he's referencing. This has to be, at the end of the day, per KP Law, if SAC is to be reconstituted, then chapter 124 of the Code of Town of Nantucket should be
Okay.
amended to allow for an advisory committee to be appointed by the select board under its charter provisions, which would be through the HDC. Because again, our special legislation for the HDC does not have that authority to appoint outside the board, only select board. So that's where the issue is. This would be the easiest alternative versus opening up your special legislation, which would require a home rule petition and all that.
Correct. So are you suggesting that we could just write a letter to the select board saying, kind of reappoint the same board that's already been in place? That's our request.
Undo what they-
Yes, and again, as Mr. Vorse has said, I've been working on looking at other locations, how we could beef this up for a town meeting. That is something, as your professional staff, I'm working on.
Okay, great. Oh, yes.
Ray, could I make one more comment?
Sure.
So, sorry. I'm sorry to have to point it out again, but in the town code, there is chapter 340, which is a regulation, and it's just not mentioned in the KP Law opinion. I personally think it was an oversight because that opinion was drafted a year ago about the advisory boards. And, they weren't looking at the sign council. They were concerned with, sorting out problems with HSAB. And we can't just ignore that there is a regulation.
Right.
So I really hope somebody could address it, even though
So,
it hasn't been addressed.
Hillary, no one mentioned that specifically on the board because I took their comments before yours, but I'd like to just include that as part of our memo for clarification on that.
That would be great. That's all we're looking for. It's just clarification about the town code and the regulation.
Right.
Thank you.
I would definitely like to get an answer on that. Okay, thanks, Hillary. All right.
Quick comment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. As far as appointing the former members
Yes.
back onto these advisory boards, the Nantucket group would not be looking at that very favorably.
That discussion was only about the sign advisory committee. Okay? Yeah. Chris?
I just have a question for Holly. With what you say you're working on, would that require, go to the select board group, is that part of the language that you're drafting? So that it would be
Unless we look up 340 and see what that's all about.
Can I get a clarification, please? So my understanding is that the select board can appoint work groups.
Yes.
It's pleasure.
Yes.
So what I'd like to find out is whether we as a commission are requesting that they do so for which of these advisory groups, and would the advisory groups be covered under that? I understand for the HDC to be doing this, we need a charter amendment. I understand that that sign committee is slightly different in that it's obvious, it's more than slightly different. It advises the HDC, so there is a commonality, but it functions under the town bylaw versus the HDC Act.
Mhm.
It seems to me like it would be probably the most expeditious for the select board to reappoint. If they can do these with individuals who have served, I could see where there's utility in that. But I would just like to get clarification. One, what do we want to see happen through the select board? And two, what do we specifically want to inform them on? I know we had a bunch of points here. I'm not asking to rehash them, but I'd like to get a better idea of what we're doing.
I'd like to know why this was discussed a year ago and has been in the process, and we just get it dumped on us in a 2-sentence, see you, bye, thanks.
Yeah, some,
All right, all right. I didn't want to, I didn't
Well,
want this
also, if they were
conversation to
trying
go.
to speed
Well,
things
knowing
up,
why
I don't
is
think
very
they're speeding
helpful.
things up.
All right.
Well, so what if SAC is the first? And that sounds like it can be done through the select board at their next meeting, possibly. Reinstate.
They're not gonna make it
That
that
one would
easy.
be sooner than anything else.
I
So
s-
that might be topic number one for us. Topic number two is that we all agree that we use the advisory boards for our benefit, for the town's benefit, for everybody who's ever been on Nantucket's benefit, that we think they're worthy. And if there's issue to get them back online, we are willing to work however they want us to, as long as we're involved in who's on it and how it all is run. And if they need us to separate from them, we'll do it. Well, maybe.
Right, right.
That's
we'll
just
have
my
to
opinion.
Check that one out.
But one is the sign council and two is the other board.
Yeah, so in order for me to get clarification in my own mind about what we can do, I'd like to take this all under advisement and come up with a strategy that I think will roughly follow what Carrie just said.
Yeah, can I just add one thing?
Yeah,
So the planning board historically has, when in some, this is at a higher level, obviously a government has involved the planning board. But when there's a member short, the select board is, my understanding, my experience, is that the select board appoints the interim member. But the planning board comes to the meeting and they vote also. So I'm not suggesting one way or the other. I haven't really thought through the merits of it, but it is something that does happen. And
they
it-
vote
But it's a joint
collectively?
effort.
yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Linda, come on. I've watched you get voted on this. It's true.
Okay.
could I say something as regard to what Val started to bring up, is that we are trying to solve in a problem that was only brought up to us, 2 weeks ago? And yet this has been discussed by the planning board and the select board over the last year. Yes, I have a letter right here that shows I have copies of the letter that was sent on March 14th from this HCC to Andrew Vorse. And it goes further than that. I think we should send a letter. I think we should say what we want.
I will.
And I think that's either along personally or whatever, we should put some sort of statement that you, Chairman, are to be advised as to the further discussions. Unless they go into executive session,
Oh, okay.
how are you going to know? How we would have known. If we had known a year ago, we would have had a year to start to look into it. And we didn't, and we haven't. So now we're running around
Okay.
like chickens to try and solve something. I wouldn't bring it up, but I have a copy of the letter. It's not something I'm thinking, not something that somebody told me. I have an actual copy of the letter. And I was shocked that it was dated the 14th of March of this year. And it never came to the HCC, the letter. Which
Okay.
was, I think it's time to stop maybe tippy-toeing around on a mattress and take a firm stand at what we're trying to do. Otherwise, we're going to go down the tubes as a puppet. is there. And I've worked too long and too hard to have it actually lose everything. So I think you have to know what's going on. You, the chairman, you have a right to.
I think I can do that.
I think that's a really good point, because something like this could happen again, and then we have to go through this whole thing again, process again.
I can't
No, it
imagine
could-
a scenario where it would.
Not
but,
this
you know, well,
particular thing, but
right.
something else,
Who
so.
knows? I understand the concept.
But who even counsels you on the process? We know our intentions, then who, is it town council that now tells you?
No,
You
okay,
can't
I
have
don't
these
want to get
boards,
into
but-
that particular thing, so.
Because is that like the
So,
first?
but
We have
I
to
do,
start with
I
the
do have a
select board.
question about
Start with the
that
select board.
legalization. So who represents us then?
Okay,
If
let me explain this very
because-
briefly.
I know, but
If we wanted to hire our own town council for the HTC, where does the money come from? I'll tell you, from the select board. So we go to the select board and we request money to hire an attorney to go against the select board. How is that gonna go over?
well, it's just that I think we need sort of legal.
But who's paying for it?
Well, we used
I'll
to have
check
our
them.
own office, which had our own budget and all of that.
I know. Yes, who is that back there? Oh, hi. Sorry? Oh, yeah, Mike, sorry.
Sorry, Megan Perry. It's the same way the Concom has independent counsel from the select board when they're in disagreement.
In disagreement with the select board?
Select board, yeah. Concom has independent counsel.
We need that.
It's not impossible
That's
for you to
very
do. You just have to
interesting.
request it, and the
Okay,
precedent's been
that's
set
good to
multiple
hear.
To
times.
that point, if
Yeah,
we approach the
okay.
select board and
Thank
they're
you.
open if we approach the select board and they're open to working with us to reinstate these guys, then we don't need counsel, we just need cooperation.
Right,
We don't
And
know
money.
that they're gonna be,
yeah, okay. I'm gonna investigate that. That's, yeah. Well, I'm not sure about that. Your Concom attorney does not do a pro bono, I'm sure.
they already are.
No, I'm sorry.
They're not gonna do it for free. No, that was Abby's point, but.
Yeah, what
no.
happened to our money?
Okay, so listen, I have a lot of information. I'd like to sort through it. So I'm going to get a draft memo that somehow I'm going to, get back to you folks and share it with you. See whether the language is appropriate and suits all of you, and then we can move it to its destination, its proper destination. Can we conclude this portion of the discussion?
Yes.
Sound good? Okay, I believe there's
Tim,
one, is there?
Yeah. I was just going to say, leave it on for next week's agenda so we can read.
Yeah, that's
Work.
whether, yeah, I hope to be.
Yeah,
able to get-
because then we can hear Ray's points and vote on it.
Right. The second bullet, because we've already had the discussion of the disbandment, so that can be removed. Okay, so discussion of the introduction to the WPI project on solar. Let's see, who do I want to have speak on this first? Holly, do you feel comfortable speaking on this initially? Or-
Yes.
but I should also ask, do you think there's anyone on Zoom?
I don't
or in the
believe-
room?
I don't believe so. I know I spoke to the professor from WPI,
Right.
Dominic.
Dominic.
He's aware,
Mhm.
but that it was just more or less, wanting to inform the commission on what the proposal is for the class to do this. So I'm fine for presenting it to you all.
That would be good, because I've personally, I've talked with these WPI guys for the last 3 or 4 years, and it's been a nice conversation, and then they do their thing. It's, college kids doing projects, and, it's all pretty benign. But I think this has an interesting possible ramification or two, which is why it's on the agenda. So Holly, why don't you start?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So myself, your preservation planner, as well as my colleague, Lauren Sinatra, our energy coordinator, have put together this basically student task. I believe there's 5 different projects that WPI students will be doing this year. I think they've been coming to Nantucket for about 7 years or so. And it's specifically updating Nantucket solar guidelines and resources. And this is pretty much to have this WPI student team advised by obviously myself and Lauren to explore ways to assist your efforts, HDC, with the solar work group through interviews, public surveys, a comprehensive research on how other historic communities balance the protection of cultural resources with the need for more renewable energy. And these deliverables may include some solar guideline updated recommendations, solar permitting checklists for suggestions for adoption to the solar APP, and producing and updating public information resources on solar energy, such as the town's interactive solar map, which has been available on the town's website, but not 100% accurate. I think the biggest thing is to mention that obviously this came out of our lovely incorrectly submitted warrant article, understanding why the folks in the public would want to do that, but obviously amending our special legislation is not the way to go about it. And really and truly, this work that they're going to be doing is going to show what you all have been doing with the existing guidelines that are on record, that you all have adopted, that you all actually are used as a case study for other historic districts in the country. Nantucket is actually in the front runner, which is great. Just based on a rough estimate, you all have approved approximately 250 solar applications between 2016 and 2021. And I just want to end with saying, as the town's preservation planner, as your staff liaison, I try to make sure that I'm adequately enforcing as much as I possibly can your special legislation and our design guidelines to its full potential. And I would hope and encourage support with these WPI students. Again, these are students. Ray, you've worked with them in the past. I think a couple other commissioners have. And at the end of the day, these are advisory, that we can take them or leave them. And I hope you just would, I guess, work with them and encourage their effort. So thank you.
Thank you, Holly. So now that all sounded great. And hoping not to steal someone else's fire, but I think the crux of the issue here might be that somewhere along the line, and not in your narrative just now, but somewhere in the paperwork or whatever, there was some mention of a poll. And so the concern for me became, well, if WPI takes a poll of sort of the town at large, and the town decides that solar should become a priority over the requirements of the Historic District Commission, even though it's all an advisory thing and it's a report that's published by some students from Worcester, if that went to the papers, it would really do a lot of damage to this board, because all of a sudden it's like, well, wait a second, the HDC are being obstructionist. So that when seen from that angle, I thought, okay, well, that's something, albeit, it's a remote possibility, but it's a real possibility. The fact that, a group of students comes down and say, well, we've reviewed all this and it seems like, solar should be taking priority and more attention should be given to putting solar panels on more houses in the OHD and whatever, because that's what the people of the town think. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go.
I think that we can drive the direction of what those questions will be ourselves. And I have taken the opportunity to rewrite the part of this that I think sets us up for
Potential.
for a potential roadblock that way. And we don't need to go through that right now. I can give this to Holly.
Okay.
But it's going to come down to the language and how these questions are posed. It's important to remember that this is for the HDC's benefit,
Oh,
not
right.
to eliminate the
us.
regulations we have, but to come up with creative ideas, which in our little work group the other day, we came up with some, like 3 great ideas just on the fly of, oh, maybe that would work. So that's all I had to say.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'll go.
Thanks.
Okay, so I just want to solve for X here. Before I do, I want to touch on who's involved. So it's your organizational focus committee, which is 2/5 the HDC currently, Val and me. And believe it or not, one of the proponents of the
Two
ATMR,
sevenths at the moment, I think.
well, of the elected membership. No offense intended.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a quarter.
So it's 2/5 the HDC, the elected members.
Okay.
And believe it or not, one of the proponents of the annual town meeting article that was to change our current solar guidelines,
Right.
who is Andy Pacino. And it's the town's energy coordinator, Lauren Sinatra, and the town's preservation planner, Holly, who provides services through Plus to HDC. What we've done is, we came into this with, I don't want to get into a bunch of the history. It's unfortunate. I think what we're solving for is X. Can I share my screen, Holly? Bear with me. All right, so this is just a quick markup, and it just, images can help. So this is the WPI project for the Nantucket Historical Association. Can you see my mouse up there?
Yeah.
Okay, so the sponsor is the Historical Association. As we understand, Plus, due to the nature of our relationship, is the sponsor for this student project group. The project liaisons are both members of the Nantucket Historical Association. So that's who they are in this particular project. Down here in the purple outline is what the NHA would like to happen. What's the purpose according to the NHA, the Nantucket Historical Association. So it's simple, right? The next one, this is Sustainable Nantucket. The liaison for the project is the managing director of Sustainable Nantucket. And this is the area where Sustainable Nantucket outlines what it would like to have happen. This is the HDCs. The HDC's sponsor, as I mentioned, Plus. The liaisons are the town's energy coordinator, Lauren, and the town's preservation planner, Holly. This is the area here where the HDC says what it would like to have. It's not included. So we've made a point. The OFC and Andy have identified needs and concerns, goals and deliverables, and that should be brought into the project as an HDC, serving an HDC work group that serves the HDC. The needs and concerns, goals and deliverables align with the HDC work group's charter. We've also requested material involvement, including if public surveys about recommendations to guideline changes are even appropriate. That's included in the description here. In addition, we haven't discussed this at the meeting, but there's a portion here where there are solar permitting checklists and tools, which is the example given is the National Renewable Energy Laboratories Solar APP Plus application process. This would be something that has nothing to do with the HDC. I'm not suggesting it's not valid and worthwhile. It's just not something that has anything to do with the HDC. It's touted on their website as a self-permitting process. My understanding is much of the information that's gathered could be worked into our existing software for the town. That's just a side note. Basically, Just want to see if there's any other up there.
Excuse me. Can you try and scroll?
No, I was going to, but I'm just going to jump back to my notes. So where we are with this is, the other aspect of this is why the HCC needs to be involved is, I want to just quickly touch on the two different charters and goals. The HCC work group is to assess and recommend guidelines that promote integration of sustainable energy in a manner that furthers the HCC mission. This is in contrast to the town stated goal, which is to better balance Nantucket's energy goals with its historic identity. Now, I'll note, as I have before, there's nothing necessarily wrong with two independent agencies having incongruent goals, and those are incongruent goals. It's not that they're incongruent, it's not that they exist, it's how we work through them that's important. And what we've suggested is that we have a member of the Organizational Focus Committee involved, or more than one, perhaps the Organizational Focus Committee as it stands, involved as project liaison persons, and not on the day-to-day micromanagement level, but on the policy determinations. You know, we're clearly looking at protecting the interests of an independent regulatory agency. Part of that is whether a public survey is even relevant in determining the outcome or directing how a regulatory agency makes its determinations, or if not in directing them, applying pressure to them, them being the HTC. So, and we're not suggesting that this is something that is a goal, but it's incumbent upon the Organizational Focus Committee to make a recommendation of something that we have tried to take a quick, reasonable look at unintended consequences and try to prevent potential, you know, basically getting clobbered over the head with something that was unintended. Where we have identified surveys are, we've identified areas where surveys would be helpful. Surveys with respect to aesthetics, surveys with respect to determining the recommendations to change the solar guidelines. We don't believe that general public surveys are a good source of information for that, for the reasons I've stated. We do believe that getting information from individuals who come into the meeting, who are part of the work group, are helpful. And in fact, we've spent so far in this process probably the better part of 60 person hours in researching and trying to develop all this. We have come up with different ideas and ways that we could be advancing solar in a way that is consistent with the HCC's mission. So what I would like to suggest is that this gets sent back to the OFC with a request that if the HTC is going to be involved, the project be made to come into conformance with the OFC's requests pertaining to the work group's charter. And now there's nothing that says that Plus has to do that. And I'm not suggesting they have to do that. I'm just suggesting that if we're going to be involved in it, we would like to get information that we, the HTC, would like through the Organizational Focus Committee, would like in order to make the work group, who has a specific charter, functional in a way that gives us information that helps us who sit here as elected officials and make the determinations. And we've sussed a lot of that out. We haven't gained any ground on it. I think it may be a miscommunication, and I think that it can be worked through. But it may just be that, you know, distinguishing the finer points of these, the kind of incongruent aspects of these goals, and then identifying them and establishing workarounds, so then we can get on to those aspects of goals and deliverables that are in alignment. One of the things we suggested is that the town's Plus energy coordinator has specific information that would be helpful to the town and for Lauren's duties. And that what we would do is we would kind of partition the report and the project in a sense that there would be a town section and an HTC section. And in those areas where we felt that there was congruence, we would develop that and we would discuss it. And frankly, I think it's helpful in a very mature way to acknowledge that we have differences, to show through the body of the report and in the conclusion where we've overcome them. And I think that that's helpful for the community. I also would like to say that I think solar is not the only solution. You know, we're a decade away from micronuclear. Don't laugh, it's coming. It's pretty amazing stuff. We went to a seminar here on the island about it. But there is, you know, distributed wind. There are other potential solutions. We talked about determining studies on what type of solar is on the horizon, not just the Tesla, but so that we're making determinations and recommendations that build in concepts, future-oriented concepts. And we believe that having a seat at the table, making those determinations up front versus later on is beneficial. And again, I say this with the utmost respect for Holly as our preservation planner and for Lauren Sinatra as our the town's energy coordinator. So there you have it. And again, we'd like to see this go back to OFC if the preservation planner and the energy coordinator are willing to cooperate with us in a meaningful way.
Has that been discussed?
We've asked for it in the meeting, and I think we're at the point where we're having a miscommunication. And I'd like to have the HDC support what I brought forth. I think I would ask for Val to determine whether she thinks it's inconsistent or not. I will say that all of this has been discussed at the meeting. And Andy Buccino, who again was a sponsor of the article to change our legislation, stated, in fact, you know, he appreciates our clarity of mission and he thinks it's spot on. So I think we have support from across the aisle, and we're just looking for it to be developed into the WPI project.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna ask Steve, I think.
It's a fascinating project.
Mhm.
And it has a great deal of ramifications in the future as far as what's going to be and whatever. I, for one, wish I knew more about it. Your micro, whatever.
Nuclear.
Micro nuclear, whether they're going to develop, which they seem to be working on solar shingles, different kinds of solar. So, and what happens if the solar panels that we're working with now, which are got to be fairly simple, what's going to happen to them? It's a silly question, but what do we do with them if people have a cheaper, more lasting, less invasive way of doing it? Do you guys ever talk about that?
If I may, Mr. Chair, so this is one of the items that we want to have the students look into, because it's beyond our capacity and the capacity of staff, is, you know, not only what happens to it, but what's likely to happen in the future, where technology is trending for reclamation. Also, what is our load? What is going to literally be our material load if the HCC continues as it is now? If the HCC can change its guidelines in a way that meets its mission due to solutions that are brought up through the work group, and we increase our approval rate by, we say we add another 30%. What is the material load going to be? What is the potential ramifications for our landfill or shipping off island? What type of ramifications do we need to ensure that these things don't become like the historic roof walks that just rotted on the buildings until they fell off? There's a host of things. We brought some of these up. We've talked about them, and you know, basically the consensus was that this isn't necessarily going to be a quick in and out.
No.
There's too much involved for this just to be a quick single project. And if we can get the support from our the sponsors of the project, and the WPI is willing, that this would become, you know, we would map out probably a 2-semester type of a study project to try and culminate in information that's going to be very useful for the community in making these determinations. And in no way is any of this suggested to shut down solar. We want to figure out a way that we can move forward resiliently with respect to the historic structures, the National Historic Landmark, and as an island community that's isolated from the rest of the world. So in many ways. And I also want to say, I can't think of the name of the panel we went to, but highly regarded national, international sciences on micronuclear. It's not just like some harebrained thing. It's very real. It's going on. And these units are actually being tested across the world currently. I'm not suggesting that we hold off for one of those or two of those and not do solar. I'm just saying we're approaching this with an open mind, and we think a lot of good can be accomplished. So we'd like you guys to take up the project the way we've outlined it.
Okay. Can't imagine that anybody is going to have any objections to us wanting to have our interests on the HCC represented.
No, there are questions that I think these kids, because this is the stuff they do, you know, people will come in and say, it has to be on the south or what, it's just not gonna work. And what we want them to do is say, what's the viability, or is it 20% different if it's on the east? Is it, you know?
Well, so may I?
Yeah.
Quickly, just one of the things we discussed at that meeting was exactly what Bale's talking about. And it's not to make, one of the things that would be helpful for the HTC is to understand, consistent with national guidelines of mitigation, is what type of mitigation does solar offer? Is it monetary? Is there a visual offset? Is it a temporary structure? How do we get more information to make a determination when an applicant comes in and says, well, it's not as visible as you may think, and it will help with the third cable, and we need X amount of panels. Well, we don't know, we don't know how many X is. So again, this is just a very specific example of one of the areas that we explored in discussion, and we would ask for them.
Totally.
And it is in the interest of the HTC and therefore the community for us to do this.
No, the more we can learn about a subject like that, the better it is.
For our board, yeah. Right now, all of my information is coming from applicants.
Exactly, and my thing I gave Holly has to do with how we state what our goals are. I don't think it should be, we're an obstacle to climate crisis or a third cable. I think none of that's relevant. What it should be is people are interested in trying innovative renewable energy. It's getting more and more accessible. There are more and more incentives. There's more and more of a push. And that's the reason we are setting the goals we're setting, not anything to do with.
We being the Historic District Commission.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would respectfully request, like how Val just gave me, some major bullet points from the OFC, and I want to apologize that staff myself couldn't be there on Friday. I think it's when the last meeting was. These students have been chosen, as you see, they're listed on it. These students are going to be here soon. So I'll have to, take this information, and this is basically their syllabus for the class.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I want to make sure that the HTC is happy, but at the same time, I apologize that there seems to be what I guess has been described as unintended consequences or incongruent goals, and I don't think that's been, and maybe there has been miscommunication, but at the end of the day, there's two staff members who, quite frankly, are actually kind of polar opposite in the world when you really think about from a renewable energy perspective and a preservation. But fortunately enough, we see many things eye to eye. I just want it to be very clear on the number one reason why it was written this way was to bring as the middlemen, as the in-betweeners, if you will, of bringing the reason why somebody would even request an amendment to our special act to begin with. This is the reason why. We heard it all at the floor of town meeting. Well, these are the facts. These are the facts. How can these work together? I mean, the fact that Andy is involved, I think, is fantastic. I also just want to mention too that they are planning on meeting with the HTC, and that can be just the OFC if that's what you all decide, to go over these specific comments or questions. I think that's very important. Yes, these questions and comments that they're going to be asking the public should be.
Oh, but we will make the questions, right?
They should be influenced by this commission, absolutely. But again, we cannot be one from an educational perspective, and I don't want to speak for WPI, but they can't just be one side or the other. It's really coming together of both aspects. So that's why the information that you saw in it very
But I think
justly
there's
were-
another way to write it, because this sets, the HDC represents an obstacle right away. If they go into it with that, people go, the HDC.
Look, here, I put it up on the screen. I mean, this is a town document.
Can't see.
And this basically says that the Town Preservation Planner and the Energy Coordinator have recently partnered to encourage the Nantucket Historic District Commission and the Nantucket Historical Commission to update their sustainability guidelines to balance Nantucket's clean energy with its historic cultural identity. That is an incongruent goal. And I don't think it's unfair to point it out. I don't think it's unfair to address it. And I don't think it's unfair that if the students are going to be here working, and it's going to be purported to be on the benefit of the HTC work group, which has a charter, because it's an HTC work group as determined by HTC, which was the motion on the floor of town meeting, that we would have control over the outcomes. And I'm not saying control over the outcomes with respect to the data the students determine. I'm saying with respect to the categories that are relevant for the HTC. That's what I believe. I think that's honest, true, and fair.
Has anybody talked to Dominic about this?
No,
Dominic know anything about
our
this?
interactions are with Holly and as a preservation planner, and Lauren as the energy coordinator. So if we had to make a decision today, I would suggest that the HTC not be involved in this.
I have a question for you, Stephen, though. You keep saying the two are incongruent, and they could be, or the whole thing could be so they can harmonize.
Well, no,
So
because
the
our,
HDC is not dissed, but we also don't diss solar. So it's like.
well, so our goals are different.
But we
Our
don't
goals are
diss solar.
different, But we can come together and find the
we
common
don't
ground,
have-
which is respect the HDC's mission, but we also approve of a lot of solar.
Who is we?
That's just a basic. The
HDC.
board approves of a lot of solar installations.
No, I'm saying, how are we going to harmonize that if we can't even get the elements, the needs, concerns, goals, and deliverables that we've already discussed on the table? Val, would you like to speak to this? In terms of whether, the goals being consistent or inconsistent or incongruent?
Is it in this document that you're reading? Because if that's it, then I'll revise and send it to.
No, this is from the Nantucket sustainability guidelines that are,
But who are the WPI's results going to?
It's gonna-
Like, is it going to just
okay, I'm gonna go back
all
to,
out into the public, or is
I'm
it
gonna go
come
back,
to-
I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back to solving for X.
It's not private.
The liaisons are
I
the
got a
town
copy
energy
of it.
coordinator and the town preservation planner. The input from the HTC and the authority of the HTC to help determine what is being studied in the project is X,
But
which is a
that-
blank box.
Because it's their study, it's the school study.
No, it's not. It's the town's
The town is
study. Right, so
hiring
here,
them to do it, but
let me
it's
go
their
back.
curriculum.
Let me go back. Here's another one. This is the NHA. This is the NHA study. This is what the HTC, what's the NHA, the Nantucket Historical Association would like. They've outlined what they would like.
Right.
Here's
I
Sustainable Nantucket. They've outlined what they would like the outcome to be.
Mhm.
The HTC, there is no HTC
I see,
outline of the
because
outcome.
we're relying on Holly to be.
Right,
our-
and I'm
our
not suggesting
voice.
that it's problematic to rely on them, other than the town has an incongruent goal to better balance solar in the historic
That doesn't seem
district.
incongruent.
Well,
It's
ours is
just
not,
different
ours is not,
missions.
ours is
It's-
not.
It's two people that have two different priorities, but you're
Right,
trying to
but we need
find,
to
you're
come
trying to
together.
find the things where you
Yeah.
have common
I-
ground.
Right.
Yeah, and
we
I'm
do
not
that
s-
with every applicant.
I'm not suggesting we can't come together. I'm suggesting
point.
that we needed
I
a
mean-
seat at the table to have a voice to do that.
Right,
That's all.
and,
That's all I'm suggesting.
yeah,
So again,
So
I
if-
don't want to repeat myself. I think it's,
In an effort to,
Yes, please.
so we need to fill the box in.
well, that's only can be done on the ground the way this has been set up.
So you want to send it back?
I believe that the OFC should either be able to have seats at the table to determine it. But the bottom line is that we need to know from the sponsors that anything associated with the HDC will be consistent with the work group's mission, the work group's charter. And that should be part of just a quick, simple memorandum of understanding on how we're going to proceed.
Can we just do that then? Can we put together a simple memorandum of understanding that would state that in like?
I think
Listen,
so.
If I don't think so, but what would be the harm in doing that?
Would that be in the box then to state?
No, it's basically like that when they do this study, it has to be with the goals of the work group in mind, that they're not going to go counter to the goals of the work group.
Right, so if you put in what you want in that box, then ostensibly
That's
that would be
kind,
doing
that's
that.
kind of a memorandum.
To give,
yes,
yeah,
sort
to
of.
say, we would like you
Now, is
to,
there any of that left?
Yeah.
yeah.
So it doesn't, I'm not suggesting this has to be like some formal decree signed with wax signatures or,
Well, yeah, so
seals,
are we
but-
moving something here?
well, yeah.
We need to, I think.
Can we
Yeah.
vote to have Stephen write the intention of your work group for this box so that we are not left out?
I would like to suggest this
I read the
because
letter, but
as
I-
a volunteer, I also have limited time. And I just ask that you request to be sent back to the OFC if the HCC is going to be involved, and the project be made to come into conformance with the work group's charter, the HCC work group's charter, and the OFC will be added as sponsors, or liaisons rather, not sponsors. I want to be clear. We're not a sponsor.
Can we move that?
So moved. I don't know if I can do that.
I'm sorry.
No, the HCC is liaisons. I mean, as a sponsor, I don't know that we're not
Mm-mm.
spending or doing anything.
What, Holly?
I know this is frustrating, but it's frustrating all the way around because we're trying to figure out how to juggle all these balls where everybody. Correct. That doesn't say the HDC is obstructionist to fixing climate change, which is what that, to me, starts off saying.
Well,
And
that's
if
what it said the
how
first time.
the students go and ask people questions like, do you feel like this? It's not gonna do us any good. So I'm simply asking, let's rephrase, number one, how we're approaching this, and then come up with an idea of what these kids can do.
So there's a motion on the table.
There is?
Yeah. Carrie made a motion.
I just said so moved when you said, can we move this thing?
I said,
But I don't know, I'm not.
No, I
part
think
of
we
the
need to be
regular
more
board.
specific.
I think we also probably need to come from the.
I didn't even
full
hear
board.
that.
Huh?
so again, I'll ask on behalf of the OFC, tell me if you think that this is consistent with what was discussed at the meetings.
You gotta try.
That this be sent back to the OFC with a request that if the HCC is involved, the project is to be made to come into conformance with the work group's charter. And the OFC membership are to sit as liaisons. And I'm happy to say as sponsors. It's, again, the goal is to, just don't want there to be a miscommunication or misperception. The goal is to identify where we have goals that are not aligned, to determine how we'll work around them in the report and in the students' project, and then to get on to the business of where we do have alignment, and also what the HTC needs as deliverables. I just, I can't do this in a kind of a,
Well, hang on.
Well, can you give an
You just
example?
basically, somebody could move that.
that's what I moved.
All right, you move that.
I would prefer
Okay,
you did.
Steve, well, I don't move, I'm the chair. So, I think that
Could I
that
just
is
ask a-
benign, but go ahead, yes.
I just
please.
want to ask a quick question. Could these students, how do I put this? could they actually sort of have more of, I mean, could they do something detrimental to our feelings about
Yeah.
solar?
That's the whole point.
Okay,
So
so,
if
so-
they could publish a report that says something along the lines of, oh, well, we've determined that solar should be a priority on Nantucket, and the only obstacle to that goal is the Historic District Commission, that
So,
would be damaging.
I just wanted to say, couldn't we send a letter to this is it WPI?
Yeah.
Yeah, that important things to the HDC about solar are
Well,
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's kind of the crux of
Okay,
this.
and
motion.
then if they understand what's important to us, we can ask,
No,
Oh,
because someone has got to write that letter, and it's going to be one of us, because we're the only ones who are working at the front line.
well, haven't you already made it like a mission statement about
Yeah,
how we
have
feel?
it. Look,
So
we're
why,
I believe there's a
why
motion on
can't
there.
they
I
be
just-
educated from that?
They're about to be.
they're going to be.
Okay.
It's going to be a process. The problem, Abby, with what you've suggested is they're, not on the plane, but they're going to be getting on a boat soon. And we're not, it's going to be an organic process.
Okay.
So we
Listen,
need to be able
I
to
think
be able
that
to walk
this,
in midstream.
Stephen's motion is benign. I don't think that it will harm us. And I think that, getting the point across on this is quite important. So I am going to ask for a vote on Stephen's motion. All,
before you do that, what basically is Stephen saying? I read here that it says there are many in the community feel the HTC
no.
represents, wait a minute, just let me finish.
Okay.
An obstacle to efforts intended to address climate change. Who wrote that letter? Who put these ideas together?
WPI.
So that was sent out to WPI as part of the project description. And it's what informed Val and I in the OFC to be a little concerned and to look into the project a little bit more thoroughly. So we were concerned that right out of the gate, the HCC has been linked to being obstructionist. In the eyes of some, it says many in the community. I don't know who's quantified many. I haven't seen a survey. I don't know what that is. And it goes on in another area to talk about, at the footnote, to talk about a third cable is going to be necessary in Nantucket. Well, I hate to break it to somebody, but solar is not going to solve the third cable problem. We have net zero, we have electrification with a drive to net zero energy that despite the increase in efficiency of all the electrical appliances, everything is going electric. Our cars are going electric. Our lawnmowers are going electric. Our leaf blowers, our pools, everything is electric, including our heat. So the idea that the solar and attaching a third cable to the concept that the HDC is viewed to be obstructionist in the face of climate change struck us, and I think reasonably so, as not really being a first step towards collaboration.
Right.
So we were concerned, so we looked into a little bit more, and we've come to the conclusion that there's a lot of work to do here, and the HCC should have a seat at the
And should
table.
have a very active part in it. They've
Correct.
known about, they've been talking about third cable for the last
Well,
15 years,
yeah,
so.
But that would mean
There's
we're in
going to be
favor of-
lots of cables when there's turbines out there.
You would be in favor of Stephen's motion then?
Yes, I would be.
Okay,
Maybe,
so maybe we can move this.
maybe one of our board members becomes part of the WPI.
They have to go back to school.
more constructive.
In all our free time.
Guys, there's already a motion on the table, so I would like a voice vote on this. All those in favor of Stephen's motion?
I'd just like to be clear. Are we clear on the motion?
No,
I am.
make it again.
But make it in like
I-
30
Abby, I'm
seconds or
sorry.
less.
I can't, I don't want to say what I'm going to say, so I'm not going to say it.
Please don't.
I'm going to say
I'm
it
ready
in
to
the
walk.
words that are appropriate to what we are trying to accomplish. And that is simply that this WPI project be brought back to the OFC with a request that if the HTC is involved, the project be made to come into conformance with the work group's charter. That the OFC will be served and listed as liaisons, that the HDC will be listed as a sponsor.
Okay.
Okay?
Motion
Holly,
to
it doesn't
approve
say
that.
Oh, please, no more sub discussions.
Yeah, and I apologize for being frustrated, but I just want to be clear, this represents
Stephen,
over
let's just
60
do-
hours
let's just do-
almost
let's
of
do the
our
motion.
individual.
I made a motion to
Contributions.
approve that.
Well, he can't make a motion on his motion. Stephen has made the motion. Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now, we'll say that you weren't on it.
Yeah, I said if I'm allowed to vote. Aye.
It's the regular board. I think
I'm not needed.
Terry will understand that. Okay, public comment. None of you are allowed to make any public comment
Yes.
at this time. I will strangle you, Matthew.
I will say-
strangle you.
I will say the pizza's here.
What?
No, get out.
Pepperoni and cheese.
Oh,
You
that's
said we
fan-
didn't have pizza.
No, no,
I
we
took
do.
care of it.
Okay, let's do a rotation like we did the other last week. All right, first thing up, violation enforcement, 10 Bassett Road. Oh, yes, colored, yes. Now, is this something we need to vote to send the letter out? I mean, doesn't that just go
Not
out?
necessarily, it's more of a transparency issue, so you guys know that this letter's going out.
Okay, so as I understand it, this house at 10 Bassett was approved as gray or natural?
Yeah, great.
And it's now being painted white.
Yes, that is correct, and I do have pictures.
Well,
That-
no, but I think Leakin Short, we can cut to the chase. It was not approved as white, and so the notice should just say that they're in violation, that they have to come back to us, and we will review it
Correct.
if they really want to proceed with that, okay? So no action taken on that one. As signs, what's our recommendation on the sign?
The applicant withdrew that application.
Oh, okay. Is that true of the rest of the agenda too?
I think so.
Okay, that would be nice. All right, so let's move this one.
Motion.
Oh, no, actually, no, they withdrew it,
Okay.
so no motion. What am I saying? Okay, now we're on to consents. Let's see, anybody need to recuse from my regular board? No. And it appears not. Can I have a motion on that?
Motion to approve consent 1 through 8.
All right, very good. All in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Next up, consent with conditions. Val is one of them, so Carrie, if you could sit in on that. Motion?
Motion.
All right, there is a motion to approve the consent with conditions, and Carrie's on this one. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that's good. All right, Matthew, come on up. 88 Pocomo. Sounds like the dramatic music that we had.
Anybody want more?
No, it's very good.
Homemade.
I'm gonna save for pizza. Let's see, do I have any?
Dessert.
Yes, we can.
Boy, cranberry.
I went
Oh,
out
the
and
nuts are
took
really good.
photos and a video, Mr. Chair.
Hey, I got an idea.
Oh, good.
How about we, can we just get the pizza and bring it down here?
Yeah.
Is that rude?
I'll get it since
I mean,
I'm
because it's
out.
gonna get cold.
Yeah, it's been there half an hour.
I'll be the server.
Yeah, we can pass it.
I'll do the server.
Not on it.
Want a cranberry or some nuts? We'll pass out the granola.
Mr. Chair, this is Stephen Cohen. I just want to let you know I'm here with the applicant as well.
Okay, you want to speak, Stephen?
Not yet.
Okay. Matthew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the main house you've looked at a few times, and I think actually the last go around, I think everybody felt that generally it was in pretty good shape. Just to recap some of the changes we've made to the facade, which is the east elevation. So a couple things. We've added the Dutch hip, which I think actually drops the scale. As you recall, the right side to the primary gable mass, we've dropped that overall height. we didn't want to recloud because everything would just be super confusing, but we dropped that to 26 feet on the right side. We also changed the front gable to a hip. We omitted the second floor deck and changed that to a shed roof, which was a request from the board. We also added a connecting first floor deck between the shed on the left side of the east elevation to the main wraparound porch. We added chimneys, which was a request to the primary mast and the secondary mast. If we go to the rear elevation, I think those are fairly repetitive, Dutch hips, dropping the height of the ridge. So I'd say that most of the changes were on the east elevation. Oh, on the north elevation, which is on sheet A203, we also dropped, if you recall, that section of the structure. It was a 1.5 story. We dropped it to a 1, and then we also changed that to a hip again. So it just kind of softens that edge. We also had some renderings done fairly recently, and we did send those to the staff. Oh, look at that. Thanks, guys. So we actually had all the adjacent houses modeled just for context. And so this is a 3-dimensional topography from the surveyors. And we've actually spent a lot of time and effort to just show, how this house sits in context with the other adjacent structures. That's the first slide. Maybe we could go to the second slide. So there's not a whole lot. I think they really speak for themselves. There's obviously the house next door to us, which Mr. Goldsmith's house, which is a lovely house, but you can actually see how it's actually taller. Anyways, again, contextual. We've also got the house at the Gamble house next door, but these are, again, fairly self-explanatory, but we did spend a lot of time utilizing existing topographic information and again, going through the exercise of actually modeling the other structures so we could demonstrate the context of this proposal. And I think the takeaway for me anyways is that I feel like it fits in some ways. If we had used the clay rendering model technique that we did for the other houses, this would feel like a very fluid and contextual addition. So those are really all the changes on the architecture side. But again, I've printed off some hard copies as well. That's a great shot right there. To me, I feel like that one's fairly telling. The last two. Obviously, there's a natural, berm or grading, if you will, on this part of the island. And again, we made every effort to really drop the height. Again, and Mirka's going to talk about the grading and actually the finished floor elevation. We've dropped the finished floor elevation. We've actually dropped the ridge heights with the exception of the main gable, but the two flanking sides were down to, like I said, 26 feet, which in some areas we actually created some challenges to get inside rooms. If you look at the gable dormer or the gable masses, if you will, those plate heights are below the meeting rail of the windows. So again, I just want to demonstrate that we've made every effort to really drop the height of the house, the scale of the house, and then show it in context with the neighbors. So I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
So the previous one was Gamble on the left.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Not the Gamble.
Can I get a
Not the Gamble we know. Not the
Yeah.
Pocono.
Yeah.
They moved over there.
No, it's right next to this house. It's right here.
Yeah, they moved it, and they obviously had to do some.
Well, they moved it on site.
Yeah, correct. They moved it back off the bluff because there was some erosion.
Erosion.
And but either way, they also had to do some grading as well.
Sorry, whoever's got the cursor. I think.
One on the
Right,
left.
right there. That's the Gamble house.
Yeah.
Matthews is here. Gamble is over here. That
It's a big house.
Okay.
I did take pictures of all the stakes and all that
Yes.
stuff.
If I could, sorry, thank you, Val. We did go and we staked top of first finished floor elevation of the main house, first finished floor of the guest house, first coping elevation. And then I don't think it was requested in the meeting minutes, but we thought it would be helpful, and it was a suggestion from one of the board members to actually put up some ridge poles. So we did that as well.
Val, can you screen share your photos?
They're
I think they're doing it right now.
Oh,
I gave her that's looking over from the neighbors, but I did take close-ups of the stakes, so you can see it's, we'll say ground elevation, fill. Remember, we can't have those names like that. That one says fill 4.95. Ground elevation. I don't
Okay.
know what though.
okay, so maybe Matthew should be doing this, but ground elevation 32.5 has an arrow pointing down. And that means the existing grade, pre-fill.
I believe so.
And then that one would, oh, it must be at the pink blaze.
That says number something, but
Mhm.
fill 4.975.
We requested that they note where the first finished floor elevation was. And for those three structures, including one of which is the pool elevation. So it should have been clear about where that is.
So is that the pool?
It's hard for me to tell looking at that photograph, to be honest with you. Hopefully everybody got a chance to go to the site. We set those stakes and had it done really quickly and got the ridge poles set up.
Maybe the numbers correspond to something, because they're
Well,
younger.
they always correspond to a map that the surveyor produces that
Right.
has the locations of the numbers.
This is a pano of some of the site. And the poles.
Matthew, I wasn't listening, but those ridge poles, are they in the location of the house?
I believe they are. Yeah, we tried to mark the two gable ends and the center gable.
And there we're looking at the Gamble's guest house, right?
Yeah.
On the left.
Mhm.
Shouldn't call it Gamble anymore, it's not. Formerly Gamble.
Talking about former stuff a lot lately.
Is that taken from Pocomo Road?
That's taken from inside the site looking out, and I had a video, but I don't know if it will work. That's looking back out toward the road. So I did a drive in, turn around and drive back out, just so you can see like the.
And I do think
lack of visibility from the road.
right. I would say that there definitely is a lack of visibility from the road. So we've really concentrated on the visibility from the water, which
No.
it's typical
Well, I
me.
can share it.
I brought a
the
Tide
video?
pen if you
Yeah.
want one.
I mean,
Well, in the meantime,
Oh, there you go.
it is. You're going in from the road.
This could really use some
I just
background
think it's
music.
helpful.
oh, yeah, very.
One of those homemade horror movies.
Yeah, it's horror because I'm driving and holding the camera.
Very talented.
That looks amazing.
Well,
So
I think it
those are the
helps.
peaks of the house, the main house?
Yeah.
Those two?
That's
Graham Goldsmith's house.
And I almost hit a pole.
oh, that's funny.
Nice.
And was that the guest cottage that we just passed?
I think you
I
did.
think
it.
that was, yeah.
No, that was down.
Mm-hmm, sure it was. Send her a bill, Matt.
It's okay.
While the video is running, has anyone checked to see whether there's anyone else other than potentially Steve Cohen who wants to speak on this application?
Arthur.
Is Arthur up there? Oh, Arthur's got his hand raised. Okay, Arthur.
Okay. Thank you very much. As you know, we've been concerned with the height of the site and of the manipulation of the site that's taken place with the plateau that was discussed at the last meeting that the applicant has apparently constructed, and how that relates to the house as it will be built. Bear in mind that this is a highly visible site from the harbor. There's been discussion of the Gamble House ever since it was built many years ago about its visibility from the harbor. And I think that Matt's pictures are telling in terms of the fact that, of course, the Gamble House has been moved back on the site to get away from erosion and is in a somewhat lower location now. This house actually is quite a bit higher and on considerably higher ground than the Gamble House is today, and is going to be, I think, considerably more visible. The manipulation of the grade, as I say, is something that you've been concerned with, and obviously was dramatic in terms of the pictures that we presented last time and are shown on what's been put up here tonight on the plateau on the site. However, that does relate to the actual proposed construction of the site. Our surveyor, Paul Santos, is on this call and has looked at this considerably and has some comments on that. And I would like to ask Paul to come on and speak about that now in terms of what he's determined from his look at the plans and look at the poles on the site.
Okay. Is Paul on?
Okay. Thank you, Arthur.
Okay.
Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. So I'm just going to actually just speak about the main house because I think that was the concern of Arthur and I's client at 90 Pocomo. So the stakes that you just saw pictures of and Val referenced, the plateau grade that you had asked about at the last meeting, and this is just based on the elevations that the surveyor for 86 or 88 Pocomo set. The plateau grade as it sits today is at about elevation 42.9. So the top stake on the plateau, actually it's the pad elevation is 40 on the stake says 4288, and it says cut 0.88 to grade, which would be elevation 42. Now I have a plan in front of me that was just approved at the Conservation Commission last week, in which they set the proposed dwelling top of foundation at elevation 42.00. Not sure what the first floor would be, but it does say top foundation 42. So I'm assuming that's the grade that was set on that stake, which would mean you would be cutting down approximately 0.88 feet from where the pad is now. The top of the foundation, that's the top of the foundation. The first floor would then put the first floor above the pad as it exists today. There is another stake at the front of the fill area, which the ground elevation is at 35.38. It indicates a fill 8.62, which would then bring a grade to 44. So I'm confused, or I didn't really understand what that stake was getting to, because the 44 would seem to be higher than anything on the plan, unless maybe the 44 is the first floor grade. I'm not sure.
Can I interject, Mr. Chair? That the finished floor elevation is at 42. It's a mud sill. There's no proposal whatsoever to set the finished floor at 44.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, Matt, the stake that's out there indicates a fill to 44 for whatever 44 is. I can't find anything on any plan that shows what 44 is. It says 35.38 with a fill of 8.62. That's elevation 44. So again, I don't know what, and Val, if you, that stake I'm sure is in your package of photos.
Number 222 is the stake number.
Yeah. So I don't know what that stake is purporting to indicate, but the plan that the Conservation Commission recently saw and approved had a top of foundation of 42. And then That same plan puts finished grade around the structure at around elevation 41. Front is around 40.75, back is about 41. So when you would look at your height calculations, you're probably, for all practical purposes, for the purposes of height calculations under the zoning regulations, the pad elevation or the finished grade around the building would be elevation 41. So current pad is at 42.9, finished grade 41, and the top of foundation, which if it's a mud sill, would be approximate the first floor elevation of 42. The architectural plans indicate a 29'3" height from grade, which I would assume would be the 41 elevation, which would put the ridge up about 70.2 or 3. And I think you saw on the graphic that earlier on the homes, the highest point of the ridge on this dwelling would be about 70.2. And I believe the ridge elevation of 90, which is now the Engel residence, is at about approximately 64.5 elevation. And again, that was moved some years back. Arthur and I permitted that move through conservation and through the zoning board of appeals, actually. So that's where things are today. The plan that was filed with the Conservation Commission does show the elevation of the site as it exists today with the fill, with the fill in place. So again, a separate issue, but height calculations obviously as part of the zoning bylaw, would have to be adhered to. I don't know whether that's a concern of this commission or not, but that's kind of where things are.
Hey, Paul?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but were you suggesting that it's in violation of zoning?
No, I'm saying that it's going to have to be, there is a calculation, obviously, that would need to be done. When one looks at the average mean grade of this site as it existed prior to any of this fill being placed to maintain that 30-foot height requirement.
Okay. Yeah, and I have another question. The last time this was heard, one of our board members, that board member being Stephen, brought into question the idea of the what we'll call the highest point of the site, because on this site plan that we're all looking at, the high point of the site, which is kind of in the middle, right at the top of the bluff, is reading at elevation 45. Does that square with what you were looking at, or did you check
Correct,
that?
that I have for this property.
What's that?
That 45 is that kind of the mound, if you will, at the top of the. That's consistent with everything that I've seen or we've had previously for this site.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, Paul?
No, I think that's it. I think obviously what the concern on our end would be is they've lowered this from the original submittal. Clearly this is lower than what was originally submitted. Clearly they went back with a lower profile at the Conservation Commission. Again, we just, moving forward, our client wants to confirm that at the building permit level, that they're in compliance with the height, with the 30-foot height calculations under the zoning bylaw. And that the grade that's used to establish that is the grade that existed on this site prior to any of that fill being placed.
Well, I would certainly say that's true, yes. And so that grade, although you're not looking at this site plan, the topo that we're seeing on this site plan represents the grade before the mound went in.
That's correct.
Yeah, the plan that was submitted to the Conservation Commission, though, does show the topo of the mound.
Okay, but
I don't know what.
I'm just saying that I'm looking at a plan that does not reflect the mound being there, which is the original grade that you're talking about right now.
Correct.
Okay.
Are you saying the mound isn't going away?
If I could interject, a portion of the mound is going away. When we submitted this application to the HDC, even though we had Concom approval for that plateau, we still submitted the original topography. So that the mound is changing. I think Paul just said that they did go back to Concom for this landscape plan, which is lower and cut more into the hill. And so he just said that. So I don't know if that answers your question.
No.
Well, it's the entire mound is not going to go away. You know what I mean? It's going to be some combination thereof.
Hey, Paul.
Yes.
Paul, okay. With respect to the mound in its current location and height, where does the grade around the house fall with respect to that mound?
The mound is
Higher,
at
lower, or the same?
lower. The mound right now is at 42. This is based on the stake that was out there, and it's consistent with what I've kind of seen out there. 42.9 is the pad elevation for all practical purposes.
Okay.
That's the pad elevation as exists today.
Yep.
First floor and top of foundation, if it's a mud sill, if they're consistent, would be at 42.
Oh,
So it would be
hold on. Oh, sorry.
okay.
No,
So-
continue.
Okay, so pad elevation is 42.9.
Yep.
First floor / top of foundation, because it's a mud sill, is going to be 42.
Okay,
So
no,
little bit-
no, Paul, no. You don't have the benefit of seeing our drawings, but right now, the first floor is at least a foot above grade. You can tell by the elevations, you step down to a deck, and then from the deck, you step down to grade. So the first floor is not the same height as the grade.
Correct.
Definitely not.
I'm just going on what Matt said about it being a mud sill.
Well, a mud sill doesn't imply that the first floor is at grade. It means that the first floor is lower than 2 feet, but it can be a foot above grade.
If I could
Anyway.
also point out too, Mr. Chair, that the grade, and this might answer Val's question, that the grade around the structure is planned to be elevation 40. So the top of the foundation and the top of the finished floor are the same thing, because the mud sill is at 42. But if you look at Mirka's plan, you'll see that the finished grade around the structure is at elevation 40.
Okay.
Okay, again, I'm looking at what was approved at the Conservation Commission. They show finished grade around the structure 41. So to get back to you, just to answer, briefly answer your question, right? The pad is at 42.9.
Yep.
So again, I guess I'm not going to look at the Conservation Commission plans because they're not before you. So if the pad is at 42.9, then the plans you have before you would indicate the first floor is higher than that. And then the finished grade would then be, a foot or so lower than that, depending upon how it's graded.
I know. May I chime in?
Yeah, okay, Paul, thank you. And I want to get back and see if Arthur has any follow-up comments, but go ahead, Mirka.
Thank you very much. And I have not visited the site, so I will just just quickly want to clarify. So if the peak of the berm right now as on site right now refers to 42.8 or 9, right? That's let's call it 43 for easy math, right?
You're cutting it down 3 feet.
No, right now, the berm what Val saw, correct? That refers to 42.9 as a top, as whatever, when you can see with
Right,
your
but
bare
if the
eye.
finished grade is 40, you're cutting it 3 feet.
Exactly. So I just want to reiterate. So the finished floor is actually set at 42. So actually top of the berm is already higher than the finished floor is going to be proposed per the latest plan I just filed.
Does everybody understand that? Okay. According to Paul, the berm
Is
is
high.
42.9. Let's just call it 43, okay? It's dirt. So 43, and Matthew is saying that the finished grade is going to be 40 around the house, means that the berm that's there now will be cut down 3 feet. And the finished floor will be a
42.
foot and change above that.
Yeah, right
2
now
feet above
we are set 42 because the grades kind of slope sideways, so I will still try to meet the pre-existing grade, so there are a few more risers. So somewhere it will be sticking out 6 inches, somewhere it will be sticking out a little bit more.
Right.
But that's correct. The finished floor right now, it's at 42 with average finish grade around the house around 40.
It's
Yes,
40.
that's correct.
And it does actually slope down lower than that, Val, in other areas, but for the sake of this
But the
conversation.
platform where the house is going,
Correct.
we can all kind of agree is around 40, which is 3 feet lower than the current berm.
Yes.
Why is there a bird?
That's a great question.
That's one of those questions that only God knows the answer to. So let's see, Arthur or Paul, have you concluded? I think so. Arthur, anything you want to wrap up with respect to comments?
No, I'm fine for now. I'd like to hear, obviously, what the commissioners have to say and
Mr.
on
Chair.
from there.
Very good. Stephen, yes?
Sure, I'll be brief, and I think you may have just hit on sort of the main issue here, which is that I think a lot of people are a little spooked by the berm, but the berm itself is actually irrelevant in the sense that it's not the finished grade of anything. You know, it was done a bit out of order in the sense that generally people come in with these plans and there is no foundation hole, there is no berm, these things don't exist during the time, and I think that coming in and seeing that has spooked people a little bit, but at the same time, it's not what's important really is not what's existing, it's what's going to be built. And I think that what Matt and Mirka have explained, and I think to some extent Paul has confirmed, is that this house is going to be built in a way that is going to be consistent with what's built around the neighborhood. You know, I've been before this board many, many times arguing that houses are too high and shouldn't be on plateaus and those kind of things. And, you know, I was really struck about 6 or 8 weeks ago, maybe a little more than that, at 7 Heather Lane, this board had an application. I don't know if you recall that it was a house that was being built on a high point on a ridge. And I argue that there shouldn't be essentially a tremendous amount of fill brought in to make that ridge buildable. And the commission determined that it was fine because it was actually being built consistent with all the other houses that were in that neighborhood. And if you were to look, you know, and the applicant, I think, you know, successfully demonstrated that bringing in that fill was just going to make that portion of the ridge buildable, consistent with how the rest of the houses were. And I think to some extent that's what we're looking at here. The 3D demonstration that Matt showed before shows that the former Gamble house is at a little bit lower elevation, although it's a much, much larger house, and that the Goldsmith house on the other side and the house next to that are both at higher elevations and have higher ridge heights. Frankly, I think that this house that Matt has designed is one of the most successful I've ever seen of being a relatively large house that has relatively small massing. The amount of design elements that limit the massing compared to the math that's actually there is, I think, extremely successful. And I think that, you know, looking at these houses together, what you're seeing is a relatively organic use of this ridge where the houses seem to fit in with each other. You know, the house that's being proposed here is smaller in massing, it's lower in height than some of the others, and it fits in. And at the end of the day, the HDC's main mission is to make sure that houses are historically appropriate in their design and their setting. And I think that this is an extremely successful version of that. And we shouldn't necessarily get too caught up in like how much fill is there, but really what's the end product going to be like? Is it a well-designed house, historically speaking, and is it set into the landscape consistent with what is there? And I think that, you know, what we've seen is that this is a successful version of that. Whether or not it's zoning compliant and whether or not it's Concom compliant, I don't think this board should get, you know, too involved with. Obviously, that's not your area, which you know. And if you look at the cottage, you can see that it's built essentially as a one-story structure, so that it organically works with the change in elevation here, and to some extent the house is trying to mimic that. So, you know, I hope that the board will not get too caught up in the fact that there was a bunch of dirt dumped in a pile that doesn't actually represent anything that's going to be finished, and we'll focus on sort of on the application in front of it, the design in front of it, and also how that works in context with the abutting properties. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. The reason the board gets caught up with the fill thing is because it usually happens before we approve a project.
Yeah.
Not usually, but in many more and more cases, it's happening. That's
No,
why
I appreciate that. I think that there are attempts to circumvent zoning or Concom rules with Bill, and certainly what the commission's jurisdiction is to decide if this house ultimately designed in a way that is historically appropriate. Not whether or not there's too much fill, too little fill, but really just is it set in the environment correctly? And I think that what Mirka's plan and Matt's plan shows is that it really is. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Board members, are we ready?
I'll go.
Let's see. Okay.
I don't think anybody really had a problem with the house or the architecture. I appreciate the changes that Matt has made. But it was the fill that was alarming, and it is happening more and more. And so it is our job to be alarmed, because I think that's in our guidelines, not to change the grade significantly without applying for it. So don't disregard our alarm. And as long as there's a benchmark that can be at the end certified that what you're saying the height is going to be of the first floor, and overall height, we're good. We just need to make sure that's the case.
Okay, thank you, Val. I'm thinking about how to get that benchmark.
We better start thinking about.
No, I'm thinking about like physically where to put it so that it's gonna last and is gonna be conspicuous and all that. Okay, who's next?
I can say a few architectural things.
Go ahead.
All right. So I'm concerned about the east. Val has demonstrated that. I think that's going to be a concern because it's hidden, and so I'm worried about from the water and the impact it has on that top of that hill. Which is west?
West faces the bluff. That's west.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm
Okay.
not interested in.
Oh,
the
not
east,
interested in the east. Okay.
Because
Yeah.
demonstration of the coming down the driveway.
Gotcha.
With the dog and the camera. Yeah. So I've been trying to figure out how I would reduce that. Okay.
I have some thoughts on that, with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Let's let Abby.
I also have a picture that I think is important just specifically for this, because in front of this house is this swath of, that's where that little stair down is, and I'm standing on the mound. This is all in place, and I don't think they can touch it. It's staked out right there. So that helped me hugely to see that
That's up on the top of the bank.
Yeah, the bank goes like this.
And you're saying, where is that on this?
That's in front of this.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just think that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Val. So it was the line that sort of goes, the whole ridge line is a little bit sort of underlined in that it is almost appears as one line, even though there is a difference of a couple of feet. So I don't really have a solution, but I'm thinking a couple of things. I think the 4 gained windows could become 3, like the other shed dormer. I think that would give symmetry and reduce that. It's like, what's the focal point here? And I guess it's the big gable forward, the big one, not the small one. Another thought I had was that left side, which I guess is north. Is there any way to reduce the impact of that? I don't know how to do that. So yeah. So I'm just gonna keep
Sure.
going. The other thing is that the chimneys, are those placed in the, like, do they have to be there? Because I'm just wondering, like, what.
If I could answer that through you, Mr. Chair?
if they'll
The answer
just-
is they could
let me
be
just finish,
shifted.
Because I think if they were in a certain way, it would almost read, if they were off.
They are centered right on the ridge, and so we could shift them to like the right or the left of the ridge.
Okay.
We could take them off the center if you
Okay,
thought that was
good.
helpful.
Then just this, one more thing is what's called an eyebrow, something or other, no, the Dutch.
The Dutch hip.
Yeah, on the right-hand one, as you're looking at it, I don't understand why that is shorter. It almost looks like you don't know what it is. Like, why not make it the same size as the one on the left and really read as an architectural sort of detail?
Again, it's primarily the roof pitch on those side gables, if you will, are lower. So in an effort to drop the height as much as possible, we have a really low second floor plate height. And we also changed the pitch to a shallower pitch. So that's why the Dutch hip looks
Matthew,
different.
She's talking about the jerkin head thing is smaller on looking at the west elevation, it's smaller on the right-hand side than it is in the middle. That's what she's talking about.
Yeah, it is on the other side too.
Oh.
This.
Then the main mass.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think it's twofold. One is a function of the gable on the right is narrower.
Yeah, I think you said this one was
yeah.
wider.
We also thought that center mass was the predominant one, so.
But anyway, those are my first go-around thoughts, thanks.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Who's next? I'm gonna have to pick somebody.
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
I'll hit on that, the headspace there on the rightmost gable facing from the west. Matthew, you've got more headspace between the head casing and the soffit than you do on the main. And you could, make that a little more balanced. I get the roof pitches, I get all the structural aspects of it, but it would actually make it more like the other one. If you look at this image, can you guys pull this one up? Actually, all my comments are based on these images, which I think we should be reviewing as instead of elevations henceforth. Yeah, that one. Oh, one down. And zoom in on the right gable.
The res may not allow you to go in much further, but.
All right, but
Oh, there you
you
go.
get what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
It's just a different detail, and I think it would be, have a common vocabulary, and it will also address Abby's concern to some extent, because it's gonna make that clipped gable a little more clipped. On the, can we go to the perspective that is the line drawing? It looks different than the pictures.
Is it in the
That's the
HDC
one that
submission
shows
set?
the heights.
Yeah.
This one, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I just point out that this structure is, well, I'd like to point out that from what I'm seeing, the structure to the left, which is the former Gamble House, I always want to say Gambrel.
Me too.
It is a gambrel.
I know, but I mean the Gamble.
Gambrel house.
And on the house on the right, those height dimensions pretty clearly appear to be taken off the rail of the roof walk. So drop 4 feet off that, you get a little bit different picture. It's not insignificant, so I mention it.
Oh, you're suggesting instead of it being 65, it would be 61.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a drafting error or if that's.
No, I mean, I'm just looking at the lines. It looks like that line is above the ridge in both instances.
Yeah, I mean, it's not pointing to the ridge if you look to see where the ridge is, yeah.
So I think that that's relevant. Paul Santos had mentioned that the 69-foot ridge height is actually perhaps closer to 70 point something based upon his assessment, which makes me further uncomfortable. And on the next sheet down, please. One more. One more. I'll just keep saying one more till I get there. One more. Yeah, no, hold on one sec. Yeah, that's it. Matthew, these aren't perspectives, correct? These are rendered elevations.
I think it's a combination, but I think this shot is a elevation.
Okay, because the reason I ask is that the ridges are parallel on both the houses and the structure in the middle. And I just threw a line across from the ridge on the proposed, and it's actually 2 feet taller than the roof walk of the Gambrell house, which would indicate that it's significantly taller than shown in the previous image we looked at. And I'm just estimating, well, it's actually probably more like 3 feet taller. See what I'm saying here? This one. If you just draw, these are parallel, all these are parallel. Maybe you just take a parallel across, project that line, it's about 3 feet above the roof there. So that's a concern. The architecture, I think you've done a nice job decreasing the sense of mass as as compared to the Gambrells. And frankly, even can we go up a few to see the structure back to the one with the ridge heights? I mean, Matthew, clearly this is, a much larger structure than the pre-existing, probably 1960s, 1970s structures. But simply based on the massing, you've been able to accomplish a dramatic presentation, I think, compared to even the rightmost, which is this rectilinear. It just appears so much larger. I presume that it's to scale and proportionate. So I do commend you for that. And I think relative to the neighbors, it does appear to have less mass. My concerns revolve around is they have always the height of the structure on the ridge, the height of which translates down to its height at grade. I believe it should be lowered more. And with respect to the backside and the fill, I just echo all the comments that have been made. It's very difficult for us to do our jobs with respect to retaining character and setting if someone can go in and change the grade, and then we are looking at a different kind of starting point, and that's problematic. And I appreciate the fact that you're working with us. I appreciate the fact that you're lowering the grade, the fill rather. And lastly, I'll say that I'm keenly interested in establishing the benchmark relative to a prior existing grade so that we have that, we're clear on that, and then we move forward from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Diane, it's to you.
Yeah, I agree with a lot that's been said. I'd like to know how long the building is.
It should be on the plans. I think it's 85 feet. Diane, actually, it's a little bit longer than that, but it should be on your set. It's 85, it's probably like 90.
About 110.
Yeah, 85 is just the main mass. It doesn't take into account
The porch and the bump out.
and the master bath on the other side.
I remember when a Gamble building, Gamble house was being built, and they were concerned about the number, the light that hits that building, and the sun goes down, and it was clearly visible all the way back in town. And we seem to have about the same thing again on this building. The chimneys that you said you could move them, I would prefer them on the straight roof rather than in the peak, which derives their their attractiveness, and it's sort of weird that way, I think. And in that west elevation, that's the previous. Right. Yeah. So I would keep that in mind where you have done reflective windows for some of them, but that is a lot of window to be facing the west, where it looks like it's as heavy as the Gamble one was. And we've heard for years that how people could stand down there and be lit near that. Architecturally, I don't have a major problem with it and say, I don't like this and I don't like that. I think it's got some interesting lines and whatever, but I do think that some of it should be put together a little bit. As anything people say is going to stand out, it does not fade away. And I think chimneys need to be done, reconsidered, and the shed dormers perhaps to be brought in a little bit. And you leave that second story about the windows, and space taken a little bit more. So that's it for the time being.
Thank you, Diane. Do you want to add that?
Oh, yeah, okay. Matt, I forgot something. On those upstairs balconies, I think you should, I think it would be good to pull in those shingled balconies to about where the French doors are, just so that it's not so open. Yeah.
Good.
On the large gable there. Yeah, thank you.
Ray, Paul Santos again, if I could just follow up on one comment Steve made.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's really strange that a neighbor surveyor is giving us information about our property. I don't even know how he got on the property, to be honest with you. He doesn't have our permission.
Yes, Paul.
Okay, I was going to defend Matt on something here, but so as long as they're dropping.
You want to retract it?
As long as they're dropping the grade to 40 and the height of the building 29.3, the 69 elevation would be correct.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, thanks, Paul. Question for you. That's an existing stair.
The beach stair, yes.
Yeah, including the landing at the top.
Yes.
Okay, that should be the spot that we memorialize as our benchmark. Because it'd be very, very clear whether somebody moved the stair or tampered with the stair. It's there, it's on site, and happens to be at the high point of the site. So I would like to have, remind me who your surveyor is?
Dan Malloy.
Dan. Have Dan give us a spot elevation at the top of that landing, the big platform at the top.
We can use that as a
And aside
benchmark.
from that, I have nothing to add to what the other commissioners have already said. So should we have a motion on this of some kind?
Had to make a motion to hold for revision, light revision.
Okay, very good on that. Let's give it a
When are
try.
they gonna revise?
I don't know.
I think.
Well, there's a
what-
few things like.
What I heard is the Dutch hip.
The Dutch hip.
Remove the 4 gang windows to 3. And
chimneys, 4 gang windows, yep.
those are the big ones that I
Lowered
really
a couple
heard.
feet.
What about your benchmark from the top of the stairs? How do you?
Yeah, well,
That could be put in.
You don't wanna do it through staff?
We can do it through staff.
you know what, I was thinking I needed to see that number first, but I don't really, because it's there and it's not gonna change,
Right.
so.
And it is there, it's like brand new, it's nice.
I would also point out that the surveyors, they're like, elevation 42, they can't fudge that. They can't. So if we tell you that the finished floor elevation is at elevation 42, that they're bound by their licensure.
That's why we're tying it into something that we can actually see on site, which would be the platform.
Sure.
All right, so do we want to move that one?
We want to go through staff, do you want to see it?
I think we could go through staff,
Okay.
given what
We're
I've
just
heard.
approving this map, this
Well,
architecture?
yeah, well, no, there's a few things that would be changed.
Oh, okay, and what would those be?
What you mentioned,
Okay,
the chimney,
The chimneys would be where?
I would just get them off the center of the ridge,
Yeah.
like literally just move it off the ridge.
okay. So the ones that I have are going from a 4-gang dormer on the west elevation, again, concentration on the west elevation in this case. 4-gang window in that shed dormer goes to 3. The jerkin head on the, let's see if that's west, that would be south gable, would be larger to match the one on the main gable. Happy. Oh, the porches on the west elevation, second floor decks to come in so that they're no wider than the French doors. Is there anything else?
bring the shed dormers in so they're a little tighter.
Well, he's
Well,
gonna
we're going
reduce
from
that.
4 to 3 on
Okay.
that. Anything else?
I'm writing it down as an exhibit A.
Okay, that's great. And then the benchmark at the platform of the ST.
And lower it 2 feet.
Do that. So it may not be a unanimous vote.
One. I would go for 1. I mean, I think that would be helpful. I still don't know if I'll vote yes for it.
Go for one what?
Foot level
Lower it a foot,
on the ridge.
Oh, the,
lower the building a foot, so the ridge is a foot shorter.
oh,
So
okay.
your finished floor is at 41 or just?
Yeah, the finished floor would drop, everything would drop a foot.
I could probably achieve that. Can I call the finished floor 41.5 and then I could take the rest out of the building?
6 and 6.
So it'll be a foot. The overall goal will be achieved. But you can reference the benchmark at 41.5.
I think it's gonna be a beautiful view when you're sitting there looking through the grass at the ocean.
Benchmark of first floor.
Yeah. No. Identify on the site plan, the benchmark for these elevations will be to identify the height of the platform at the top of the beach stair on the site. Now, Stephen and Matthew are going back and forth about the 1 foot in ridge reduction.
I can take a foot out of the overall height, and my suggestion would be to drop the finished floor elevation by 6 inches and then take another 6 inches out of the overall height of the building through either plate height changes.
Not altering the roof pitches.
No, I'd prefer not to.
altering the
That's
roof
my
pitches.
concern.
Yeah, I mean, wherever you take it is probably fine, except out of the roof pitch.
I agree.
So 1 foot out of the ridge height, without changing the roof pitches.
So our
Okay.
finished floor will be at 41.5.
Correct. Good? Whose motion is that, by the way? Is that
Well, it
yours,
was
Diane?
originally mine,
It
and
could
this
still
will
be
be through-
yours. You could just
through
say,
staff,
so
right?
move through staff.
but
Okay, got all that, Val?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
For exhibit A.
For exhibit A, correct. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
I'm still winking at you.
I thought that was coming. You're.
I wanted to reduce
shrewd
that,
negotiator.
this whole left side.
Oh. Let's speak up.
I did say
Well,
it,
you did, but I forgot. I mean, so many things were said.
but.
Thank you
it's- it
for
would probably
your
have to
time
return.
reviewing that. And I know that the grading, the pre-grading caused a lot of confusion, and
What are we saying here?
just want to say thank you. And acknowledging that the pre-grading caused
Yeah,
a lot
that
of
just,
confusion, which I apologize.
If you want to get the
for.
board riled up, just
Yeah.
start dumping
Yeah.
fill on an empty site. It gets us every time.
Yeah. I saw
Yes.
that.
On one road.
Moving right along, we
Right.
just hit number one.
All right.
I know. So let's see.
We're
We
rolling
have
though.
10 minutes left in the evening and we've finished one application.
I feel like we
That's
got a
great.
head of steam going now.
Yeah, really. Okay. Guest house. Actually, guest house or pool? What do we have?
I think you're looking at the
think the
pool, but I
guest
think the
house
guest
is
house
probably
was
next.
supposed to be next.
Can I just remind everybody to use your mics, please? Terry's not here to take notes.
Okay.
Thank you.
It looks like a pool application.
I think it's the pool application.
All right, we have the drawings out. Let's just review the pool. Or do you guys have a sequence that you want to go by?
Well, I think we can just do the pool because it's then connect to the guest house. So
What?
I think we can do the pool.
All right, that's what we have in front of us.
Yeah. So, which, if I guess this is our cross section, Esmeralda, if you don't mind to go through the site plan first, I guess, and then we can quickly jump on these. Or maybe you might have to scroll down. I think it's out of order.
Mirka,
Yes.
here, why don't we make this easy? What elevation?
Okay.
Okay, we now have established that the elevation of the berm is 43.
That's correct.
The elevation, the finish grade at the house is 40, so we're cutting that down. Now we're looking at a pool that's halfway in between the guest house and the main house.
And-
What is the elevation of the pool deck?
So right now, the elevation of the pool deck, I have at 37.5, 36, 37.6.
37.6. Okay,
But that will change on this plan because this says first floor elevation is 42.
I would still,
well, no, hang on.
that's only eliminate extra riser from the landscape as the pool itself, it sets lower and it meets the same finished floor of the guest house. So if the finished floor of the guest house is at 38 right now established, which you will review after, it's practically connecting to the pool. And if we
So,
are lowering the house
I
6
just want
inches,
to get back to Val's
Yeah.
comment just for a second. Okay, so Val, even though we just elected for the first floor to go down 6 inches on a main house, because there's retainage in between, it just means there'd be less retainage if she
That's
held
correct.
her grade. You know what I mean?
that's correct.
So we all do. So that is a difference, folks, of 2.5 feet. Might be 2 feet if you elect to change the grade around the house, drop that six inches lower.
Yes, but I think at that case, we would just have to go with the guest house lower too, because I just stepping out of the guest house directly. And the guest house sits on the pre-existing, since it has that design of drive-in garage, it has the elevation, surrounding elevation at 28. So that's already made the grade, but if the consent is you would like to drop everything 6 inches, I don't see the issue, but it wouldn't really make any
Sorry,
difference.
So we're talking about an elevation of 37.5 going to 37.
That's fine.
Okay, so that, folks, means a difference. That means our big old berm that we're able to look out on this site will be chopped down 6 feet to where the pool is.
That's correct.
Do you have anything else to say? Because I stole your
No,
fire.
beside using set of retaining walls and maybe talk about the material if you would like to, but it's, bluestone with the nice granite walls, which will not be visible from anywhere. And that's what.
Erica, do you have heights of those retaining walls? somewhere
Yes,
on
they
this?
are identified on the second page of my site plans. So all retaining walls, the one between the main house and the pool are approximately 2 feet, even with the consistent drop. The walls which are along the property line of the 86, the maximum height is the 4 feet. just because complying with the setbacks requirement. So the maximum is 4 feet to nothing. And then the walls, which are closest
Hold
to
on,
the-
Mirka, just
Of course.
hold on 1 second. What, you said second page, right?
Okay, second page, yes. So on the second page in the orange letters,
Yeah.
you will see the numbers referring to the heights. TW means top of the wall, the BW means bottom of the wall. So if you look at the wall parallel between the main house and the pool, that wall would be 2 feet. And as we go to the parking, it's kind of get a little higher, it's 3 feet, just because the parking sits a little bit lower, and again, in effort to meet the grades. So that's approximately 2 feet. The wall between the parking and the pool is 2 feet. Actually, it's a little bit less than 2 feet, it's 21 inches. And the little bit of the height I have on the walls between the garage and the pool.
This one?
At one point,
That's what I'm gonna say. Esmeralda, the first pages of cross-section can help to easier illustrate that.
Just didn't want to.
No, the cross-section, I think that was the first page you actually pulled. Yeah, yes, exactly. So go 1 page higher. Oh, actually, maybe that was it. I'm sorry, I just cannot see. Yeah, so I think the bottom, the second cross-section, it's the cross-section through the pool, is it? I'm sorry. Myself, I have to look it up myself. There you are. Okay, so if you go, yeah, the middle cross-section, if you zoom in where the house is dash line, if you zoom in, can you zoom a little bit more, please? It shows the transitioning between the pool area. So it's a cross-section through the main house. You see the pool set lower. There's a little retaining between the house and the pool, which is 2 feet. And then on the other side, Abby, if you see towards the guest house garage, it's a short retaining as well, and the set of steps meeting the grade. If you can zoom a little bit more, maybe you might be more successful to see this. I cannot see it myself. Perfect, that's better. So if you push a little bit so you can see the main house too, Esmeralda to the right.
Mirka,
Yeah. And
could we go back, scroll to the right and zoom in more? Zoom in closer to the right. Stop. Okay. So Mirka, as I am reading your second site plan, the retaining wall as facing out to Pocomo Road is going across and down.
Yeah.
Like that, which is that tall.
Am
I correct? in
No,
thinking that?
I will correct you. If we look at the site plan, the wall is at the top of the wall. That wall will step down. It's not illustrated on this part, but the bottom part of that wall is at 28 to 34. So it's 4 feet. Against the parking, it's 4 feet. And the grade will be berming between the upper wall. So we have 2 sets of walls. The lower is 4, the upper is 2. And then I have 2 feet of the drops, which is consolidated with the grading and line form. So you can see literally if Esmeralda, if you might to maybe put the grading plan on.
So
Esmeralda, could you put the grading plan on, please?
The first wall is going up.
Exactly, that's correct.
And then it's berming up like this.
That's correct. Thank you.
And so it slopes from 37.6 along the stair to 32.
It slopes from 35 to 32.
35 to 32.
Oh, okay, so it's from the bottom of the wall.
Yes, that's correct.
What that is the,
The top of the wall to the bottom of the wall.
yeah, but why is it a little tunnel going in there?
No. This is 2 walls. So you got a wall like this.
Yeah.
It drops down 2.5 feet. It slopes down and then it drops down again to where the parking is. So the parking is at 28. This wall is 4 feet high. And this wall is 2.5 feet high. And then then it berms up from there.
Where's the moat that goes
There's no
around?
moat. Oh, I see. No,
So
no,
just
no
to your
vote.
point, the average height of the wall, there is no higher wall than 4 feet, which are along the property lines. Between
Correct,
the
but
landscape
there
is
are,
3 to 4
you know,
feet.
In fairness to our review, there are two walls that are relatively close to each other that total 6.5 feet in height.
That's correct, but instead of
4
having
plus
one
2.5.
tall wall, I break it up, I stagger it.
Yeah, okay. I know it's hard to grasp all this grading and stuff, but comments from the board?
I don't know, why can't it be done naturally? Why does it have to have all the fencing? You're only going a foot from 31 to 30 to 29. Is it necessary to have all the?
Whoa, the yard around the pool is at 37.5,
Right.
and the garage is at 28. That's
Right.
almost 10 feet of fill, 10 feet of cut.
Drop, yeah, the transition.
I'm just asking. for
Yeah.
Something a little more natural, I guess, to, instead of having all the burned or fence stone wall. It's, there's a lot of, when you look at everything they got, no attempt to sort of smooth it out.
Okay,
That's all.
anything else? All
No.
right, who's next?
I'm kind of, the perception of this, I mean, so no one's going to see this. I mean, so, I mean, from Val's video, she showed us a video earlier of coming down the driveway and so forth. I
None
mean,
of it is visible from the
it's-
public.
So, I mean, you could be doing anything back here, and I don't think anyone's gonna see it, so.
That's
I mean,
assuming the vegetation's.
well, I was just coming to that. I was just gonna say that if we do approve this, we're gonna have to keep that vegetation, you know, all that scruffy stuff left and right of the driveway is gonna have to stay in
There's a lot of
perpetuity.
vegetation we saw in her.
Yeah.
Currently, there is, yes.
We
They're
should-
not gonna change that.
No, exactly, there's no
That gives you
intent.
all the privacy.
Absolutely correct, that there's no intent to take any of the existing shrubbery.
Zigs.
Yeah,
You should go first, Val, you just
No,
traipsed all
I'm-
over the place.
All right, so let's see, Diane, have you concluded?
Yeah, there's nothing that they're gonna listen to me about. So,
Well, they will if you vote against the project.
well, I might do that too.
Yeah. Val?
Having been there and seeing the status of things, this is all below the hump, so I got nothing.
Okay. Oh, Val,
Yeah.
I don't think your mic was on.
Having been out there and taken pictures and video, all of this is below the hump, so I don't have a problem with it. Also, the way the driveway zigs and zags, there's no visibility here.
Thank you for putting that on the
There you
record.
go.
Stephen?
It might be visible from space. I think the driveway offsets any concerns I would have on the visibility.
All right. Sounds like you might be pretty good on this. Somebody want to move it?
With the drop of the,
Yeah, caveat.
A drop of the grade at the top?
continuous with the
6-inch
main
drop
house,
of the grade?
yeah, translating down to the.
Yeah, okay,
Well,
yes.
no problem.
6-inch drop. So that's Stephen's motion. All in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
Actually, I was gonna be a no on that, but I'll still be.
No, I was hoping, you know, someday you'd like vote no on your own motion.
I just did.
Oh, you see, that's official?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
How can
official.
you do
Stephen
that?
vote no on his own motion. He's
That
allowed
seems
to.
really
Hey, that's
wonky.
part of the democratic process.
It's part of the process.
It is.
I didn't know I was making the motion. You're calling me wonky?
Really?
Yes, wonky.
You didn't know you were making the motion?
No, I didn't. That's okay.
Oh, it's funny. Okay, so let's see, what do we have next here?
Have you done the guest house?
Not yet.
There you go, thank you.
So we're either gonna get a sport court or a guest house. next time we're gonna order oilless pizza.
We're bringing one of those Tide pens.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to hit it.
I got one of those in my truck.
This shirt is filthy. No, you don't.
I think I do. It's probably dried out by now, but you know, you always spill stuff on yourself right before you go to a meeting.
For the guest house?
We threw them out?
Okay,
Turn off
may I
my-
clarify that when we got old business, we also got the landscape plan. So it,
Can we look up?
we can look at them, yes, on the screen.
All right.
But here's
Everybody
a
good with
reduced
that?
copy.
So we're gonna review the guest house. We're gonna review the guest house on our screen.
Matt, can I get clarification from you? The last time you submitted anything for the guest house was maybe in April?
I think s-
Being held for revision.
I think so. Yeah, if it makes sense, Mr. Chair, we can hold this application for the next.
Guest house?
Yeah, I just want to see if it's, we don't have the Dutch hip on this, and that was the only question, so.
Well, I was
but
gonna say that, so why don't we hold it?
hold for revisions to
Well,
track with the main house detailing.
Is that sport court two?
I was just saying that we have the Dutch hip detail on the main house, and there was some, we were talking just internally whether or
so
not,
are we holding this or not?
I was gonna suggest you do, just so other people can get heard tonight.
I make a motion to hold the guest house until Tuesday next.
Sure, if that works.
Okay, that would be great.
This is the guest house packet. You just
Okay.
have the reduced.
And are we going to review the pickleball court or whatever we got here? As long as Mirka's here, the sport court?
Yeah. And
Yeah?
yes, that's correct. Yeah, I'm ready,
Okay.
as long as you are.
Yeah, it's in her.
Oh, perfect. As my can just stop on the images of the site, which Val just illustrated too.
I believe so, yes. The person who made
Oh, yeah, you have to say against. I have no idea what that is. It's in town. Nothing
I
to do
found
with
them up on the windowsill there.
it.
So this should be, oh, so hopefully this one might be pretty straightforward, hopefully. It's jammed right in the little peak there at the, closer to the main house. Val illustrated in existing vegetation. I am providing few more shots along that side of the property line. This is very heavily planted. The average vegetation actually in that area is between 10 to 15, in some places even higher. It's, again, there's no intention to take any of this vegetation away. It's really just have a little option for the, because that's the only place where the area, the lot is flat, and it's a small pickleball size of 30 by 60.
It's a
Pickleball multi-purpose course
chain link fence.
with 8 feet, black, yes.
Comments?
We just approved the landscape.
Motion to approve.
Did you know that?
Motion to approve based on lack of visibility.
Okay.
I was just curious about what the material of the sports court is.
It's, would be, usually it's those they are like a green.
Cement?
Yeah. It's usually painted like a sports, I'm sorry, like a tennis court, like a clayish material, can be green. That's the intent.
But the materials, it's cement?
The clay, the compacted clay.
Oh, it's clay. Okay.
Yeah, Clay or cement, actually, it wasn't identified. I haven't had the conversation with the client, yeah.
There is a motion, by the way, folks. The motion, Val.
I
The motion is to approve due to lack of visibility.
Right.
On the motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And
Any,
you got the, and keep that landscape, keep the
Yes.
vegetation. in
Absolutely, yes.
perpetuity. Did you put that in, Val, or Reeves? Just right on Pokemon Road.
can we add that?
It's a
Val?
lot farther back than that, but yes, I like that.
Okay,
Uh,
so we just added that to the motion.
Okay.
All right,
Terry, that was the same as the pool stuff.
Thank you.
Motion to
approve.
approve with,
Vegetation.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
that.
Thank you. We're thereafter. Okay.
Could I have a request to hold something what is later in the agenda? Could I hold one of the project, which is 33 Quidnet, which is under the new
Yeah,
business?
if we get to wherever it is, it's going to be a miracle if we get to it.
Yeah, it's a next new business. at
Oh,
the-
yeah, I see it.
And I would like to
You
hold
want to
it.
hold that?
Yes, a track
right.
with the main house, which is right after old business with the workshop
Okay,
project.
fine. Okay, yep.
Thank
all
you.
right,
And
bye.
if you do get to them, can they be held for next week?
Yeah, well, the likelihood of us getting to
Thank
that
you.
tonight is close to zero. Okay, let's see. Okay, Stephen. Carrie, you're up.
Steve, you're not on this?
I stepped out, I guess, at some point.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, this is only a three-person board.
Huh?
'Cause Jesse
Wait.
Jutra's not here.
Yeah, it's a four-person.
After all this, we
board.
sat here and we have a three-person board.
No,
Who's
we
the
have
three
a
people?
four-person board.
Oh, she just said three.
I just said four.
Oh,
Okay, so who is it?
sorry.
Me,
Disregard.
Abby, Diane, and Carrie.
It's only Jesse that's gone.
Okay.
Okay. You're good with four, right, Linda?
Yeah.
Okay.
Substantial changes were made since the last one that you guys heard. If you go down to the drawings, we have, we might as well stay right there for a second so we can explain what's happening. As soon as.
Thank you.
Okay, this map on the board up behind you, if we could stay there, please. Go back up. Yeah, there we go. If you turn around and look at that map, I'm not sure if you have it, you should have it in your packet somewhere. We are limited as to what we can do because of the 50 and the 25, because of the wetlands behind us that extend all the way over towards North Beach Street. And we have to sort of stay in that area. We took a lot of stuff out of the 25, so we're beyond the 25 now. And we can only go so many square feet in outside the 50. Beyond that, you can see where we have to add, because we have to sort of maintain the existing footprint between the 25 and the 50. So if you want to keep going, a lot of changes were made to the structure. Elevations have the previous submission and the current submission. There was a lot of things that everybody objected to the first time, so we simplified. I can give you a rundown. We reduced the square footage and altered the massing. The first floor was reduced by 144 square feet and the second floor by 188 square feet, so a total of 332 square feet overall. We reduced the height from grade from 35 7 inches to 33 5 inches, with the house itself now, the volume of the house from the sill to the ridge went from 29.3 to 27.6.
Linda, could you hold on just one second? I just want to get, what? Thank you.
Okay. So we brought the height down of the actual volume of the structure because we are in the AE zone from 29.3 to 27.6. So the house is actually shorter than most of the houses in the entire Hulbert Avenue area. It's out of the ground to 33.5 because we have to meet the floodplain. Any new structure has to meet the floodplain. The massing was simplified, and we shingled the rails, we shingled the posts. The length was reduced from 16, well, that includes the porches, from 69.10 to 66.1. Second floor is 366 square feet smaller than the first floor. It is smaller than 2 Sandy Drive overall, 1,152 square feet. The corner boards, we left them on to define the massing. We thought if we went to natural to weather massing, corner boards and trim, it would sort of look like one big blob. White trim, white windows. It is 142, almost 143 square linear feet off of Hulbert Avenue. So it is not exactly on Hulbert Avenue, but I've included all the pictures of the stuff around it, including the stuff that you just approved, which has a much bigger mass than this house. And as I said, we can't add any more to the east or the side or the rear. We have pulled some improvements out of the 25. We can only add to the north, which is a maximum of 700 square feet outside of the 50 due to the Concom, and we added less than the 700 square feet. We already have an approval from this board to demolish or move it from the site. We feel that the simplified massing blends with Hulbert Avenue, matches the architecture of the area, and actually is simpler and smaller than the one at 1 Hulbert Avenue, to give an example, and the ones that you just approved over at 2224 Easton, which is also in the packet that I gave you. It's a calm design compared to many of the others in the neighborhood. So we would ask that you would approve it in its reincarnated form. Steve would like to talk about the architecture.
Steve Thoreau, if everybody could look at the photographs that were submitted of the neighborhood, and that's quite relevant to this application. We did make a lot of the changes that the board asked for, drastically reducing the size of the house overall, lowering the height, taking and making the second floor smaller as requested than the first floor. So I think, my client has made a lot of the changes that you're looking for, and we feel this is harmonious, is the word I want to use, within the Hulbert Avenue streetscape.
I went up and down Easton Street and Hulbert Avenue, and all the way down to the end of Walsh, which all has new structures, one of which is just gigantic, and it goes over 100 feet along Walsh Street. So we feel that this is a compatible design for Hulbert Avenue. That's what it relates to, and that's the only street it relates to besides Easton and the very end of Walsh, many of which have been approved by the HDC over the last 10 years.
One last comment, Mr. Chairman, is that the back of the house, which faces the white elephant, is probably about 400 and 500 feet away across that wetland, which everybody is familiar with. And that building is going to seem really tiny from that location when you look across that wetland.
I believe I put a picture in at the very beginning from Easton looking back in the direction of this lot, which you cannot see from Easton. There are too many structures and too much of a distance to see anything on this lot. There we go. From Easton, because it's blocked by the other structures that you guys have approved, especially the one at 1 Hulbert Avenue, which everybody complains about.
Okay, is that it?
Any questions from anybody?
Well, we're going to hear from Holly, I believe, first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you all are aware, this is an infill within the historic district. It would have to follow the resilient Nantucket design guidelines, and we will need an elevation certificate.
Yep.
HSAB was able to look at this on August 1st. There are revisions. There are some improvements from the previous submissions, but this house is missing recognizable main mass. Currently, it is a complex blend of gables with confusing hierarchy. The north forward gable is the most massive, but a smaller two-story gable projects in from front of it. It needs to be simplified and organized into a more traditional form. The multiple balconies and two-story narrow gables add to the confusion. From staff's perspective, appreciate the changes, is a better direction. I just had a question on the site plan that Linda just went over. The engineered site plan indicates portion of the existing dwelling to be relocated on a new pier foundation. Is that the proposal and we're just doing an addition onto the existing, or are we actually doing a new structure?
It's a new structure.
That's what I thought.
And I want to just point out, as she's reading those were comments made on the original design, not the revised design. After their comments, we made that's what, oh, no.
Excuse me, the confusion.
Yeah.
The comments that the
The site plan?
HSAB made, we altered after that meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Changed the plans.
And I wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
And we
very
changed
much.
the plans out after that meeting.
Thank you. I was not aware of that. Thank you very much. I just wanted to have clarification on that site plan, understanding that it was done, I guess, from the previous structure. So just have that clarified, that site plan that shows the wetland boundaries and all that.
The survey has actually put the cart before the horse here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're trying to get your approval on this because we already have it, Concom approval.
Yeah, that seems to be happening a lot.
Yeah. It's there's an element of ping pong between the two boards. Yeah.
You're so restricted, you can't
Yeah.
go
Yes.
further. That's,
Right.
we did the same thing, and we had to put to work with.
So,
Yep.
Mr. Chair, that was me, my comment on the site plan. Overall, the plan, again, it's better, but it still feels boxy and tall. But I'm understanding it needs to be elevated to meet FEMA floods. Again, that's chapter 11 of our Resilient Nantucket Design Guidelines. Appreciate the horizontal boards versus the vertical. Appreciate the reduction of height. It's still tall, but appreciate the head-on front stairs as it gives more of an entrance. I do echo HSAB's comments on the what is the main mass. It did seem like there's a long ridge. I do appreciate the photos of the Brant Point area that provides context. Sorry, on here. Question on, I didn't see any brick piers, or how will the panels be broken away to meet the flood requirements? And that's all the comments on the architecture. I did have overall site comments as far as something that should be taken in consideration for the site itself in the future. The new site design should include permeable paving surfaces for the new driveway. And then I had a question on, chimney with brick veneer. I did notice on the plans. I don't think that's appropriate in the historic district, noting that this is not in the OHD of Brant Point. And then I also noticed that the Pella windows were indicated, and I don't think the commission's ever approved Pella windows before.
We have, but
Have
not
we?
often.
Okay.
Pella or SDL.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought they don't do wood, that they do only vinyl.
No.
Okay, good. Thank you. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
And I just want to point out again, Steve just reminded me that it's way outside the old historic district. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, I can go. If you
Oh,
want.
No, can I, just before you do, Holly, did you really say appreciate the horizontal over the vertical or vice versa?
Yeah.
Because they changed from horizontal to vertical.
To vertical.
So you appreciate the vertical over, okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, because it
Just
was said the
making
other way, and I was just like, wait.
sure. Right, okay.
No.
Abby, go.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, I appreciate the changes. I think the entrance is a lot more welcoming now than that sort of zigzag up with that sort of that sort of porch with the curved thing. But I still think there's a disconnect between the main mass and the left-hand mass. I think they look like two different attempts. I think if you finished that and made that whole front gable one and then added something to the left side, I think it would work a lot better. But I like the way the windows all relate to one another. Diane just pointed out that far right, those two ganged windows on the second floor, far right, I think just one of those Bs might be nice in that corner rather than two smaller ones. So so that's all I have right for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby.
I'll go. Oh, no, that's right. You have been sitting there.
Go ahead, Carrie.
I appreciate the photos that you took of the neighborhood. I feel like the more successful ones have sort of an organizing principle that each one of the successful ones are following. Maybe a consistent porch cross or a central main gable forward or, I feel like this one doesn't quite have the organizing something, and it might be the two gables that are not the same, but right on the, almost, crashing into each other. But I totally appreciate where it's going. I think it just needs another tweak of at least on the main north elevation, which is the one that is most prominent. If it can get a little bit more organized massing wise. And then I'm getting distracted by the top board above the verticals, is that the watermark board?
Waterboard.
There are different levels on each little piece. And while you reduced some of the little pieces on the other rendition, you simplified that in itself got more complicated and a little bit distracting. But maybe that can be one of the organizing principles. I see you've got one long bridge that is in the background, sort of holding it all together, but I think the first pieces that are coming out need to then work a little better. I don't know if it's got two of the same tables coming out and one and three, I don't know, but something. I totally appreciate what you're doing. Really think some of the other things, negative spaces. I have one that I think that's not prominent. I think that's it.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Diane?
Yes, I catch this while Abby has it open. On the proposed west elevation, second floor, the three windows on the right-hand side, and then the mulled little windows on the left-hand side, but should be reduced. It makes no sense at all. I appreciate the changes in making the vertical boards. I don't think this is the area quite to have so many mulled windows. It looks really as if you're trying to get everything in. I see no particular one attempt to make a one-story addition to it, which I think is unfortunate. Abby mentioned the two windows, which over on the north elevation on the right-hand side, those two mulled windows should only be one. A lot of times it looks as if they're just trying to get as many windows into a space as they can. The same thing, but that was a previous, and for some reason or other, those two gables on the proposed north elevation together, I don't know whether one projects further more than the other, but I find that uncomfortable. It doesn't, it looks as if they put two buildings, I don't know, it doesn't seem to flow easily. I guess that's the best way to put it. I think it could be made, the fenestration should be made a little simpler than what is there. They have put as many windows up as they can. There is a long ridge which is not broken on most of the parts that we see. So I would like to see some of the elevations reduced in fenestration or separated. Thank you. That's it, I guess.
Okay, Diane, thank you. So like HSAB and like Carrie pointed out, this is a very confused. The porch, the deck over the front door steps out like, I don't know how many inches, but not enough, like 9 inches. So that's just confusing. Why is it that way? To the right of that, we've got a mudroom access or whatever that's carved into the mass on the west with a column holding up the second floor. And then immediately behind that is like a little shed, behind which is another shed. That shed has a deck built into it with a triple sliding door on it. And like the fenestration is completely confused. What is the color, white?
Mhm.
Okay, so we've got a water table that is going to make the white stand out even more. And it, to somebody's point, it's inconsistent. It sort of bobs up and down, and then in one place it doesn't exist at all. So, I need more like harmony and more simplicity on this. So those are my comments.
Can I take you back to the site plan for a second, the very one that has the colored?
Can we just put a motion in?
Can we go back to it first to explain why the house is telescoped like
No, I
this?
know. Hey,
Because we can't go anywhere.
The fact that the Concom, the fact that there's a Concom issue is not our problem.
So we can't necessarily square off the front of it because we're only allowed 700 feet maximum to fix those gables.
Linda, I've seen too many houses that you can look at and go, the reason that was built that crazy ass way was because of the Concom. That doesn't mean that that's the right way to build something. We still have to, our board is different. We're all about organization and appropriateness. So yeah, I think this is just, it needs some more organization to it. So
I'll make a motion to hold our revisions.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Let's see. Next.
Dartmouth.
What?
Dartmouth, 27 Dartmouth,
Yeah.
isn't it? Solar array?
Yep. Howdy. Let's see who you got.
Good evening, ladies and
Stephen's back. Okay, so Stephen.
Paul.
You got everybody because Jesse's not here, but Carrie is on both of yours.
A natural break.
Yep. Okay.
Good evening, members of the board. 27 Dartmouth. This is a housing Nantucket property.
Right.
So we'll be doing some more affordable housing. So super psyched about it. There's solar on the east and the west of the two.
And we were kind of treating this as one application.
And treating this as one application. There was a comment last time about adding in another panel on that, and we're totally fine with that to make it register as one on the other elevation. So this one, so they both match essentially.
So this one that we're looking at right now, southwest elevation?
Yeah, we just.
You're going to add one to that to get that to be
and
rectangle?
And exactly, and essentially there will be a small overlap, but it'll be about 2 or 3 inches, right? So they're not perfect because this is a longer set of panels. So when you look at it, you won't really notice it, but it'll be more filled out.
Okay. That's it, right?
And that's it.
And it was a view.
And it was a view. So I'm not sure why it was moved to old business, but whatever, we're here.
Okay, thanks. Comments?
Well, it looks as if they have fulfilled what we
They haven't
requested.
done it yet.
Oh, they haven't done it yet.
No, he's gonna
Well,
do,
but
he's gonna make it so.
you said that you would.
We would.
It just hasn't been drawn yet.
It just hasn't been drawn yet. So through staff, with that additional
Through staff.
on the
Correct.
southwest elevation, we would, make that a square.
I'll
Diane?
go.
Okay.
Diane's done.
You
I'm-
just wanted to ensure that it was, okay.
It looks like it's good. I know they work out there.
Okay.
Well,
All right, Val.
I'm gonna base my decision on the fact that this is, it's a dead-end way that's not highly traveled, because it does appear on both sets of the front roof of each unit. But I appreciate the attempt to make it all square, which makes it less obvious, and the roof is a dark gray. So with those circumstances in place, I am okay with this application.
All right, Val, thank you. Stephen?
I'm gonna base my decision based upon Val's. I'm gonna base my decision based on the lack of accessibility with respect to visibility. And, which is to say it's on a dead end.
All right, Carrie?
I think this is a fun.
Okay.
I was not on it before, but I was paying attention when it came up, and I thought it was fine then. even-
Okay.
We're trying to get away from wonk.
I do not like wonk. We
I'm
are just
gonna
getting away
base
from
my
that.
decision on Stephen's decision, which was based on Val's decision, which was the lack of
Wonkiness?
excessive visibility.
Ah, there you go. I like
Okay.
that. That's good.
All right, so I think we can.
Motion
move-
to approve.
But we want to approve both of them, okay?
Motion to approve both, since it's the same building and two
Right,
applications, and do, please, in the notes, right, due to minimal visibility.
Yes. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? I think not. Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully
Dan
someone else will
Christopher,
come in.
Thank you.
And
Oh, you're welcome, Ann.
Okay, great work.
Yeah, please do. Okay,
you.
6 New Street.
It's not these pictures.
I don't know. Do we have anybody to rep New Street?
he was on the
Oh,
Zoom.
Brandon? Yeah.
You guys were supposed to view, I'm not on there.
Somebody come to John's.
Do we have Brandon on? If we do, is he muted?
Yes, it is. Brandon, if you can hear us, can you unmute?
Are you able to scroll over so we can see him? Sometimes they're giving us this panic look. I don't see him.
Either.
Hey, listen,
Oh,
Participants.
that one. I remember that one.
Can you click the participants list? There you go. There he is.
he's muted. Brandon, you're muted, friend, and your video's off.
Or maybe
Hi, this is Leah. Brandon is in Las Vegas. He's trying to dial in.
Oh.
So hopefully
Hey.
I can answer any questions until he gets there.
Listen, let's hold that because my friend out in the audience has a like-kind replacement that I'd like to review. So we're gonna come back when he gets on, okay?
All right, perfect.
Let us know.
Thanks.
Scott.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so as I understand this application, oh, maybe that's those pictures. This was our fire over at, Stephen, you know well.
It's just to rebuild the same way, right?
Yeah, so this is not the overlook.
No, I know, it's across the street.
Right.
No, it's just up the street.
Yeah.
So there was some fire damage.
Motion to approve.
Yeah. They got,
I'm good with that. Holly's comment.
as I've already said, it was a good thing to do.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, Five Step Lane is a circa 1840, built by Joseph H. Nickerson, a trader. Eliza Brock lived there for actually until she passed away, and it was once owned by the Devines, who also owned, obviously, the Overlook. So it was associated with that before. As you're all aware, we had a devastating fire next door at the Overlook or Veranda House, however you want to refer to. And I had mentioned to you all that there are 2 other structures that unfortunately were also devastated by it. So that, of course, this is a like-kind repair due to that fire, and obviously / historic renovation. From staff's perspective, definitely glad to see this being appropriately restored. Photos of the structure before the fire and after the fire, I think should be provided for the file. And I did have a question on these plans. I know they're from Mr. Rothke from a while ago. I think, and I had the privilege of speaking with the owner. She did come and see me at one point. And my understanding, Scott, and I'm very glad she's got you, that there's not only putting this back as is, but also, this is also the structure that has 2, the condoed, so there's a front section and a back section. So this would obviously be appropriately done with the fire safety in the middle. But I do think that because my understanding, the structural engineer has indicated that it's okay for them to go in this work. My understanding that the scope of work is not to replace the entire thing in kind, it's to replace what has been removed. And if I am missing that, if I'm not clear on that, I would love to be corrected, but I think it should be clear what's going to be included, as well as, are we doing true divided light windows, the colors, is everything actually going back, and what that is. So those are my comments, but happy to see it.
Thank you. Can you just elaborate, Scott? Like what was damaged? What has to be replaced?
We're only
on
going to
the exterior?
we're going to replace only what's on the exterior. So I guess it's the east elevation there is what was damaged, and the entire roof was damaged. So the entire roof has to come off. All those dormers have to come off, and they'll be put back exactly the way they were. I mean, I basically took what was approved by the last HTC application for that, and just copied those plans and said, which I had a great help from the staff of Plus to do
You're
that.
talking about Stevens' plans?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those were the approved plans from the HTC file. And
Okay.
that's what we're gonna do. Now, we have structural engineers that are gonna walk us through it and help us with it, make sure that we do it correctly. But we'll follow those exact same plans. It'll be single divided light.
So the only thing that Holly had mentioned, and usually in a case like this, we want to have documentation of like what the outside. Does your client have pictures of what the house looked like prior to the fire?
Before, yes, we do. I think I thought
Are
I
they-
submitted those, and that was part of the HTC file. Okay.
And then just, some shots of like the windows from the outside and stuff like that, anything that you plan to replace?
I can't take pictures of the windows that I'm gonna replace because they're non-existent.
It's that bad, huh?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the roof is gone?
Yeah.
I haven't even been down there.
Yeah.
The whole, on the east side, that second set of windows there, the small windows,
Yeah.
completely gone. The bathroom is blown open and the roof.
Wow. Okay.
The windows on the south elevation, they're all salvageable. On the west elevation, they're all salvageable, and they can be repaired. And the north elevation, they're untouched, so.
Okay. Okay. Board members.
I just one comment.
Yeah.
I support, obviously we want to get this old girl up and running. But I believe that this is a collaborative front, and I just checked with Holly, and she thinks it is too, and I think it should be that, if that's what it is. And I would also say that the color should match the existing, if the application doesn't indicate that.
Okay.
Is it collaborative or is it Shingle?
Front was clapboard?
Was it clapboard or shingled?
It was shingled.
Is it shingled? Okay. So that
Okay,
is-
I mean, the pictures will tell us.
Yeah. That's why photos will be very.
Yeah.
We're good with all that.
For some reason, I was thinking
He
of
said he
clapboard.
had to replace the whole roof.
Okay.
He said he can't take pictures of the dormers because they're not there.
We have
It
pre-existing
looked-
pictures we can take, but I mean, basically, it
No,
is what
but
it is. That's
Abby's
what-
making a point that they're 1/1s anyway, which isn't, that's not original.
I mean, if we could get some 6/6s.
Do whatever you want, right? So, put whatever one you
Really?
want.
They had
So
some
I
good
think
pictures
this
in
is
the paper.
approvable. Maybe it's
whole
just
thing
that
burned.
Scott elaborates on one of these pages, like this is what's changing, these are staying, whatever,
Okay.
right? Just a little more, or it's. 'cause
I think
it's
we
like-
can give them the detail.
What?
I think we can clarify the details right now.
Oh, okay.
So motion approved, subject to the dormer windows being 6/6 and colors and sidewall to match the existing.
Dorm windows on the third floor.
Yeah, the dormers.
That's the only dormers that are on.
And Mr. Chair, that's consistent with the HDC survey on file, 6/6 windows.
Oh, no kidding. That's interesting. Okay. All right, that was a motion, right, Stephen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Here we go.
I have one last comment. Thanks to the entire staff, Esmeralda, Holly, you guys did great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott.
Maybe
Excuse me, sir.
together.
Yes.
This is Brandon Casement from 6 New Street. I apologize, I couldn't unmute before.
Yeah, that's okay. You're with us now.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hey, 1 second. Brandon, we'll be right with you. Can you just write in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Who's the horn?
Okay, folks, we're jumping back to Brandon, who's appearing to us live from Las Vegas, I think.
Yes.
Okay,
is.
so, yeah. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, and Carrie. Okay, there we go.
Last week, you asked us for pictures from the street, in the front, on the sides, and from the back. And we provided, we do sit between two larger houses, so
Oh, yeah, right. I remember this.
they do kind of overwhelm our smaller house. So you really can't see the back of our house from the sides unless you're really in the yard. And then my wife took pictures from back street, and you can't see our house at all from that street.
Yeah, I know, but I'm good.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I do have some comments. I want to pass this aerial. I was able to locate, with actually the help of Linda, a 1957 town aerial that actually shows this house with the front gable dormer. Remember how we were trying to discern the age? Because this is
Gable
a,
dormer or shed dormer?
I mean shed dormer, excuse me. Pardon me. It's because this structure is a circa 1840s, 1.5 story, 3 bay center with center ridge chimney half house. And so this more modern dormer that's on the facade is proof that it was done in the 50s. So therefore, I just wanted to, make mention that one, it shouldn't be replicated, and it was built and designed in a time frame where the HDC did not have design guidelines. And typically, as you have previously mentioned, the interior program should not dictate the exterior. And then now that we have guidelines for 1840s Nantucket whaling architecture, that includes standards for these dormers, and that is no different. So that the 3 foot off the sides and 1 foot off the face of the rear and wall, obviously inches off the ridge should be followed. I do note that with this view, you can't really discern it, but again, you all do have design guidelines for these and reason, as I previously mentioned. So those are comments from staff. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Who would like to?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
I'd like to suggest that we do some horse trading. And I think that there's an opportunity to make what is not very conforming, more conforming if you're going to be ripping off your roof. I'm not suggesting you have to do this, but I'm going to throw it out there. Such that the existing north elevation could be turned into a more typical dormer, not quite 3 feet, maybe 2 off each side, which is not inconsistent with a small structure like this on Union Street. Pretty close to Diane's house. I just can't think of the address.
But the little house across the street?
Yeah, with the
45.
dormer there.
45.
45. So the north could be made more conforming, which would give you more dormer space, floor space.
You mean actually make it wider?
Yeah, wider.
Yeah.
And then inset so that the, or extend. Do we have, I'm sorry, do we have a picture of the front, the north?
A photo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see one element on the.
You just had it.
Oh, how many HTCs are?
Yeah, okay, yeah, so, I mean, that's what I thought, the roof plane and the fascia actually extend past it. So it doesn't have to come back. So I would say slightly wider and then bring the ridge down from the main ridge, 6 inches or something. 4 inches, just to get it off the main ridge. And then do the exact same thing on the back.
The problem is, if I do that, I'm going to have the roof line in the back of the house will be such that the landing, it'll be a lot more difficult to get around. And we've provided examples of homes that were similarly of age that have gone from end to end on the back of the houses or on the sides of the houses. And it would be much, and while I appreciate the horse trading, I truly do. A side to side gable a dormer that you're not going to see from the street or the back of the house will not materially affect the neighborhood at all, because both of the houses next to me have similar dormers and overwhelm my house. So you can't even see it from the street, either the front or the back.
So Brandon, I'm going to go ahead and finish now, if that's okay.
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
The dormer on the rear, the images you've shown us don't actually go side to side. There is a rebate. And I don't think that it is outside of our jurisdiction to request, 1, conforming dormers, and 2, certainly something that's no more non-conforming than the neighbors. So those are my comments at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I think the problem with this dormer as it exists is the roof pitch, and therefore it makes it completely inappropriate and not typical, and that's why the building looks overwhelmed by it. And I just can't get behind reproducing, and even worse, going end to end with this style of dormer. I just don't see it. It does seem like you'll be taking off a lot of the roof doing any work, that you could simply raise the whole thing to match the house's plates next door.
Good idea.
To a 3.5 second floor eave-line, and have normal dormers and get a lot more space. So I think maybe
Are you
you're
suggesting taking like the whole roof off?
take the whole roof
And
look at
raise
the-
it up?
Look at the eave lines of the houses next door.
No,
That is a
I'm with you on
traditional,
that,
typical.
but so in order
Right.
to do that, you would clearly need to take the whole roof off.
But he's going to take the whole half of the roof off and imagine renovate the entire second floor. So why not make a beautiful little
Okay,
building?
yeah.
I'm glad I could be the cocktail that got that discussion started.
Okay.
Can I interject on that? We have had an architect come over and we have had a price of $400,000 to accomplish that task. So what we're trying to accomplish is instead of having a hallway with a twin bed, we're trying to extend the back of the house to get in a second bedroom. We can't go wider because we have a staircase going up the right side of the house. So there's no way that any dormer could go wider in the front. And so we're trying to compensate with going the width of the back so that we have a landing at the top of the stairs and so that we can add a small bedroom. I mean, we're not trying to be greedy, and we're not trying to overwhelm the, you know, the historical part of the house. We bought the house 3 years ago. It is what it is for us. We love the house. We just need that one extra room so that our daughter has a room, not a hallway.
Okay, thanks. When I look at the back of the house,
Yeah.
in the south elevation, which side is the stairway on?
If you're looking at the front of the house, it's on the right side. So if you're looking at the back of the house, it's on the left.
Oh, so the stairs in the front of the house.
Yes, it goes from that front door. You open it up into the staircase.
It's immediately to the right.
Right.
Okay, well, so I'm trying to figure out the justification for running the dormer all the way end to end. I thought it was because of the staircase.
Yeah, it is. It is the staircase. So the front view of the house, it has that.
No, I understand.
That's where the staircase runs,
Okay,
and we go up to the top of the stairs and hit our head on the angle of the back roof.
I hear what you're saying.
And so it's you know, we do love the house. We're trying to work within the means of the house. We don't want it to be cost prohibitive for us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're doing the best we can to work with the guidelines and with regards to our finances. And we're trying to just add a room.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Let's see, who else? So Carrie spoke, Stephen spoke, that leaves Diane and Abby.
It's a problem. I don't know that widening that back dormer is going to solve it. It's going to make the building look like it's 2-story on the back and a story with the dormer on the front. I don't know. I can't.
With the pictures we've provided, ma'am, the only people that are going to see the back of the house are people in my backyard. So you can't even see it from the street. You couldn't see it from the front street or the back. So while I can totally appreciate what you're saying, it's not materially obstructing anybody. I mean, you could not see it.
The point is, it's a historic house.
And I understand that, and I truly do. And we're trying to do the right thing for the house and also our family. And we've provided examples of other houses that have similar dormers that have been done in the past year and a half, and they are in town and they're a block from us or 2 blocks from us.
Mr. Chair, point of order. She wasn't done talking.
Oh, yeah, Diane.
I apologize, ma'am. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize.
That's all right. I just was trying to, this is the side. That's the other side. I don't know. I would say perhaps you can't see the back. Well, if it's true you can't see the back, then we don't get to say what you could do. Holly, what do you got?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm just saying, you still, I mean, this is a historic resource, so you still have the authority to be able to make sure that it meets your design guidelines.
Right.
But
Well,
I just wanted to
I
mention
don't
that.
know. I think the way it's presented for the rear with the gable that's going up into the second floor is I don't think it fits in. The way it is now, it fits in. That may be another way of doing it, giving her more room somewhere else. That trying to cram that back behind the single gable there. Yeah.
This view is from Back Street, looking into the back of our yard. And so
That's True,
So the
but
house is, our house can't even be seen from the backyard or back street.
it is an historic building.
Sure.
And if you put something on that doesn't fit in, then you lose its historic standing. And with the pointy gable on the back and then the extension of that second floor thing there, which turns it into 2-story in the back as far as any looks are concerned, I'm just not sure it fits in. I would like to know if you looked at it any other way.
If we look at it any other way, it involves significant structural changes to the house and significant material cost to do so. And we're trying to avoid both of those things and just accommodate another bedroom for my oldest daughter. So I appreciate that, you know, in most cases, most people on Nantucket want to come in and make the house significantly bigger and significantly change the house. And in our particular case, we just want to do the best we can with the resources we have.
Okay, well, I don't have any answer for you. That's what I have suggested. I don't know what to tell them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby.
If I were in this situation, I would reduce that dormer you've proposed in the back to accommodate the staircase and
So would you so you
no,
suggest
hold on,
hang
don't,
on.
please don't go back and forth because it's hard enough to figure this out as is. But normally we say 3 feet off the sides of the roof. That's our guideline. Anyway, we never go roof, from roof to roof like that for a shed dormer. So I would say dramatically reduce the shed dormer in the back to accommodate at least the staircase and see where you goes from there.
Okay, thanks. So you're all going to love this. When I look across the street on Pine Street to the house directly across the street from mine, it's a Victorian, it's a cottage Victorian. I think it's 25 Pine Street, gable end facing the road with flush shed dormers running the whole length on both sides. And it looks fabulous. And part of the reason that it does is because it has Victorian detailing, so the gable stands out, even though the cheeks of the dormer are in exactly the same plane as the front of the building. It pops because of the Victorian detailing, and you would drive by it and say, that's a fabulous looking house. So it's all in how it's rendered. Now, I think in this case, because you have simpler detailing, it's going to be more dramatic. I think Stephen's earlier point was, well, you're not going to see the back, but you're going to see looking between the buildings, and you're going to see that the dormer is flush because it has such simple rakes. So that is pointing me in the direction of, I think Abby used the word dramatic rebate on the back dormer. I'd use like far less dramatic because I realize your need for space. The other thing that you may not be aware of is that you have certain latitudes because this is an old house. We can give you exemptions from certain building codes, head height, that kind of thing. I am correct on that, right? Yeah, so, we can grant you certain exemptions because your house is old. So that's just my 2 cents. I think that if you rebate it a little bit, then you're not going to be looking down the sides of the building and seeing it completely flush. You're going to see that it's popped back. So I know that you've gotten a lot of controversy here, but we're trying to figure this out together.
And I appreciate all those comments. I really do. So when the words never come out, my question is, the house on Silver Street that is for sale right now and has an end-to-end shed dormer on the back and side.
Yeah.
That was just done last year. or
Yeah.
the houses that are in town, the 6 examples that we've provided, the one on Warren Street that is end to end, the houses that we've provided examples for, when I hear the word never, it's kind of alarming to me because they're
I
similar
didn't say
age houses
never.
or older. And so I was curious, if it's never done, then how come those people haven't been able to do it?
Which is the one on Silver Street? Is that in your package?
Just re-shingles, I think.
It is.
What is it?
You know,
10?
it's in your package, did you say?
It is. There's pictures of it. Yes.
Here, hang on. It's not
I
all
don't
of
think
mine.
they
are
added the dormer though. I think they just re-shingled.
Those aren't historic houses.
Well, that, and I want to reiterate, the images that were shown of the dormers in the back are not full width. They're nearly full width, but they are not full width. So let's be clear for the record.
Okay. So I think the best we can do for you is ask you for some revisions of some kind.
Well, all right. So, or
Can you-
provide more. Okay.
Can
Wait,
you
what-
tell us again the address that you were speaking of, the house with the
My house? I mean,
Yeah,
the house across is,
yeah, on Pine Street, so we can get an idea of what
I think
your-
it's, I think it's, I'm 24, so
Victorian house.
what?
They're not gonna make.
Yeah, you don't have a Victorian house. but-
No, I know, but I'm just trying to get an idea of.
Yeah,
of
okay, so
your
I think it's
idea.
25.
Okay,
I think it's 20, it's right across the street from 24, which is my house.
okay,
that a-
so
that-
so ultimately, moving forward with the revision is coming in from the edges, but can we have grace on the staircase side if we pull in on the other side?
Oh, hey, to be clear on that, Stephen, when he made his recommendation, he was horse trading. So he was looking to get some concessions on the front to get you what you wanted in the back. That was not a mandate. You already have that. We're not going to require that you change that at all.
Right.
Suggesting something that might.
Well, but that's also my question. Is the back more offensive because the front is offensive in the historical view? I mean,
Two wrongs don't make a right.
right, the comments are more about the front than about the back. So if the front was modified, do we get the back? Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
What is time to
And
ask your
by the way,
architect?
yeah,
what
by
to
the
do.
way, on that, you had talked about the expense of it, this and how it would affect your staircase. You could literally like lay stuff on top of the roof and have it be exterior and no one would know any the wiser. It would just be wider. But
The other thing is, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have a second floor dormer with habitable space, correct?
yeah, we're looking at it.
Yeah.
And you have a stair that goes to it, correct?
It goes up the side, the right side of the house.
So the
Goes
stair
right
wouldn't
there.
need to change at all.
No.
So
Right,
The dormer in the back
it's that we walk up the stairs and hit our head
is, excuse me,
before we can turn to the bedroom, we have to
Oh, come
hit
on.
our head on the ceiling.
Okay. There's an existing stair to the second floor. You're looking to create additional space at the rear of the structure. The existing stair would not have to change. You're already using it to get to the second floor. So I
Correct.
don't see where that affects. The stair has no relationship to the width of the dormer at the rear. The stair exists.
To clarify, when we get to the top of the staircase, the angle of the roof, we hit our heads. We have to then turn immediately into the room. It's just how the room is laid out. We don't have a turn to the top of the stairs. It goes straight up and we land at, it's 5.5 feet, the roof line at that point.
So you have a non-compliant stair to a livable space?
Yeah.
That's a different
But
issue.
the- Yeah, it probably is non-compliant, built in the 50s. I mean, it's whoever did the work in the 50s was not compliant.
Create a landing
Right.
at the top of the stair.
I'm going to make a motion, exactly. I'm going to make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay. On that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There we go.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks, sorry. Do we have anybody else in the queue? What? This has got to be one of the least successful nights ever.
Yeah.
No, it truly is.
To be fair, we started with
Some pretty weighty stuff.
thrown at us,
Yeah.
not.
I don't know. Can you guys hear me? This is Lisa McKechnie.
Yeah.
Sure can.
Oh, thank God.
Can we share it?
This is a miracle. Anyway, I don't know if you're going to be able to hear me tonight. I'm the next one.
We do hear you. Okay, so.
You're next.
So fantastic. Hello.
Right. So let's go. You want a fence at South Water Street?
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, this is Lisa McKechnie, and I'm making the request on behalf of myself and my husband. We own 6 South Water, where we live year round. We have a retail shop on the first floor. So we are applying for a fence to be put in between 6 South and 1 Cambridge. We're asking to put up 3 8-by-5-foot cedar panels, which would then provide us privacy between the 2 properties and also provide safety for the customers who use our handicapped entrance, which is actually the back of the building, but the entrance to our front door. And so after this long evening, anyway, I'm asking for your consideration and want to hear your comments.
Okay, so do we have a site plan?
I gave the site plan.
It's in the packet.
So the very, very odd thing here is that it looks like you're running your 6-foot-high fence over the sidewalk.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry. No, that's not true. It starts at the sidewalk, where the sidewalk starts, and it goes back to our entrance. I'm not the best photographer, so if you see, okay, you're looking at the sidewalk here. So the fence starts not where the red area is. It starts right where the gravel is. So where the gravel starts and then goes back in the back of the trees, which would be on our property line, not on theirs. So I'm sorry, it starts at the gravel, where the gravel meets the brick.
In front of the trees or behind the trees?
In front of the trees. On the roadside. But
hang on, maybe Holly can
Who gets the
break
cross?
this down for me. Yeah, Holly, you got
Yes.
the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is although the application says an 8-by-6 fence, it's a 5-in-1.
5-in-1, right? Yeah.
The site plan actually behind you, it kind of helps a little bit better, but, and for the record, the building on the site was new construction in 2001. HSAB did take a look at this on their August 15th meeting. This type of 5-in-1 privacy fence is not appropriate in the downtown area. A simple natural to weather cedar board fence 4 or 5 foot high would be more acceptable, but not close to India Street. Tall fences should be kept away from the sidewalk edge. Fences higher than 3 feet should be kept at least 6 feet in from the edge of the sidewalk. And I would agree with HSAB's determination not appropriate in OHD, but understand the intent. The 4-foot board fence would seem more appropriate within the OHD. And obviously limit the length to no closer to that side of the building and pretty much where that photograph ends, not following this yellow dash line here, but going right to obviously the edge of the sidewalk because that overlaps. So here's the property line, sidewalk goes
Sorry,
over.
Where are you suggesting ending the fence?
And ending the fence
Right
no
there.
closer than there, correct?
And you're okay with 4 feet to that spot?
I don't see any other way, or maybe down to 3 feet, but
And does it literally go down to the beginning of the upside downward use?
the way I understand it is where this yellow line is, that's what they're
Okay.
proposing.
Oh, I see. The other one is another different,
And they have
This-
some nice bushes there.
Right.
yeah, some
Did you see all these
arborvitae.
pictures?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
arborvitae.
And this may also be because of the future construction that's going to be happening on that
Yeah.
other lot.
Of course. Right. Okay. Who wants to start?
I agree with HSAB. I think the fence, if it's a section just back by where the bushes are now and that living area, in that area, maybe because it's covered, but it
Shouldn't come
turn
down.
into something simpler and lower as it goes toward the street.
Oh, so let me make sure I understand. You're suggesting that they can have the 5-in-1 fence behind the arborvitae.
And what I mean by that is this side of the arborvitae, like near their building, not
Well, I hear you.
the other side.
Right.
Yeah,
The way that we normally do it with the shrubbery on the neighbor's side.
right.
Okay. Okay. Diane?
I don't think that it is appropriate down to the street. I don't think this 5-in-1 fence is appropriate there at all. I think the only place I would agree to it is not where they have it in yellow. I think a short fence, not all noise has to go over it, or sometimes you're there with it. We can't solve every problem, and 5-in-1 fence is not appropriate in the downtown area.
Okay. Thank you. Abby?
Just to be clear, are you wanting to put the fence in front of these arborvitae?
From her diagram, it looks like she wants to put them on the neighbor's side, the arborvitae, which is
Right.
what we normally don't do.
Yeah, that's
We would put it
confusing.
on their side of the
Right.
arborvitae.
Can we get clarification on that?
Yeah, it's
Through
not
you,
very
Mr. Chair.
clear.
Lisa, can you clarify with respect to the site plan that's up now, which side of the line, the exclusive use Unit 1, Unit 2 line is the fence being proposed, and which side of the plant material, the arborvitae?
Well, the plant, the tree, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the trees are on our property. Okay, they're not on the Zero India property at all.
Correct.
And the fence, I can go either way. The fence can go on the side closest to our house because but there is room enough to put it on the other side. One of the reasons why we're doing the fence is because there's going to be a demolition of the building,
yeah.
as you're familiar with that, and there's going to be
Very.
construction for an entire year.
Yeah.
There also will be a dumpster, 2 6 by 8 foot dumpsters that are going to be right there. And we're trying to figure out what we can do to have some privacy from the activity that is going to take place once this restaurant is built. So if you guys have any suggestions, what we can do, we can maybe continue the tree line all the way up to the sidewalk. I don't know what our options are so that we can have privacy. And also, there's going to be, I think, a lot of activity in the back of the building between the dumpsters and the kitchen in the back there and all the activity happening at that back of the building.
Thank you. So my comments, Mr. Chair, are that I think that a 5-foot fence from anywhere at the rear of the applicant's lot, no further towards India than the steps, could be approvable. I agree with the other commissioners' comments that fence forward of that line towards India is problematic. However, we don't really rule on plant material. So if the applicant were to extend the plant material from where the fence ended to the sidewalk, that's their prerogative. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm kind of in there with the crowd, so, or some of them anyway. We do like to have, when people put up fences, we like to have the vegetation be on the neighbor's side. So
Okay.
the fence would go between your brick terrace and your arborvitae. And I'm okay with a 5-in-1, the larger one, going from the backside of the property to the front edge of your steps. And then further than that, I would suggest that you continue the arborvitae for your purposes. But I'd also be okay with like a 4-foot high board fence going up to the sidewalk.
Okay, that's, okay.
Well, so that's one person out of 5. So
I have a
Is there anyone
question.
adverse to a 6-foot at the back,
board
running
fence?
as just a solid board?
I liked Steve's first idea without extending to India Street, but just to the steps.
And is a 6 acceptable or no?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
5-in-1 is
And can
fine.
they return it so they have like a gate, or they don't want that?
The arborvitae can
No,
extend to the.
I think you're talking about a fence to get into their property.
Like if it ended at the stair, I don't know.
Now, I'm going to make a motion.
What about to Cambridge Street? Is it 6
Yeah.
foot there?
No, I'm going to make a motion that the fence,
Hold on, guys.
that a 6-foot fence, solid board, on the applicant's side of the exclusive use Unit 1 line and inside the arborvitae from wherever, starting at the back lot line towards Cambridge and extending no further towards India than the stairs at the applicant's. You know what? I'm going to do an Exhibit A.
Mhm.
So
I
it
have that
can
black
go all
pen?
the way to Cambridge?
Let's make,
Well, it's at the back of that's,
well,
they were stopping it. Okay.
Mrs. McKechnie,
Yes?
your yellow line does not go all the way down to Cambridge Street. It starts kind of where your terrace starts. Is that indeed where you want to start?
Okay, I don't see a yellow line. I'm looking at your screen and I see a red line. Let me see the yellow line that you're talking about.
Did you
This
say?
is where it could go to, right?
Yeah.
So here's my motion.
Can you see where we're pointing right now? The cursor?
Yes, okay, the yellow line,
That's the legal divide
Yeah.
between the two properties.
that's the legal divide between the two properties. Is the
Well,
yellow
we
line.
understand that, but we don't want it to go all the way down to Cambridge Street.
Okay, all right, so you're saying the fence can go to the stairs.
So the
And then-
motion is,
Yes.
sorry, Ms. Keckney, the motion is the fence will start on the exclusive use Unit 1 side behind the plant material.
Right,
Start at the corner of the patio. where
right,
there's landing, and it will extend no further than the stair.
okay,
Bottom of the
Right
stair,
here.
obviously.
yes,
We're gonna back that up just a hair. Oh, I love the eraser. Oh, to the stair.
okay,
And then if you all want to plant some plant material to extend the arborvitae, the rest of your line, that's good with us. That's up to you.
Aye.
Oh, that was Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Through staff Exhibit A.
Through staff Exhibit A, according to Steve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
All right, there we go. I think that's it for us tonight. We've had a long night.
And can I ask to hold minutes, because I did have some
Yeah, no, it's fine.
changes. I just have not had changes.
It's fine. One less thing we have to vote on.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That was the last one?
That was it.
So motion to
Let's get
adjourn?
the hell out of here. Yeah.
Poor Dinah was waiting.
Oh, poor Dinah, yeah.
Dinah, we're stopping.
Yeah. The waiting is the